Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I know you're here for the same reason many of us seek a quiet moment at the end of a long day, to unwind, let go, and rest your mind. Please like, share with everyone and subscribe to the channel. That is the most precious gift, giving me more motivation to continue telling stories. And tell me, what time is it in your world right now? Let's ease into this. Relax. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let your body sink into the comfort of your surroundings. Trust me, you're going to want to hear this. It might just haunt you. At first, I didn't think much of it. I thought I had absent-mindedly left a handprint on the fridge, a careless touch while grabbing a drink in the early morning haze. But as the days went on, I realized there was something far more sinister at play. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. But when the first light of dawn hit just right, those fingerprints were there. Unmistakable. For distinct indentations, glowing faintly, as if they had a life of their own. They didn't just appear. They seemed to pulse. A soft, unnatural blue glow, eerie and unnatural. Like a sickly fluorescence seeping from the depths of something you couldn't see. At first, I brushed it off, assuming it was some trick of the light or my imagination. But then I noticed something strange. The numbers. 24,478. The same exact number that appeared on my fitness tracker the day before. How could that be? I hadn't even opened the fridge since the night before. There was no logical explanation. I am a man who trusts numbers, an accountant. Someone who deals with ledgers, with the certainty of figures that always balance out. My life was built on logic, on things that made sense. But in that moment, something was wrong. The kitchen, once a mundane place, had become the center of something inexplicable, something beyond the boundaries of reason. The walls, the air, even the refrigerator door seemed to breathe, to shift, to wait. I didn't understand. But I felt it. Every morning, without fail, the fingerprints were there. Always four, always in the same pattern, the same pulsating glow. But the strangest part? The numbers never changed. Each time I checked my fitness tracker, the calories I had burned were mirrored by the markings on the door. It was as though someone, or something, was keeping track of me. Of every step I took, every movement, every meal. I tried to ignore it. Of course. But how do you ignore something that seems so real, so impossible? How do you dismiss something when it keeps showing up in your life, uninvited? Creeping into every quiet moment? The apartment felt colder, the air thicker. It clung to me, to my skin, to my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every day, those fingerprints grew more pronounced, more aggressive, and no matter how I tried to explain them away, they were always there. Then it happened. I exceeded my caloric intake one evening, an indulgence, a rare occasion after a business dinner. A delicious three-course meal with wine and dessert. For once, I didn't pay attention to the numbers, to the balance. And that night, the nightmare began. I woke up with a sense of unease. A feeling that something was wrong, something was waiting. When I stumbled into the kitchen the next morning, I was struck by the most horrifying sight. The fingerprints, once faint and blue, had transformed. They were now a deep, terrifying violet, almost black at their centers, pulsing like the beat of a heart. And they were alive. Each pulse sent waves of nausea crashing through my stomach. As though they were feeding on me, tracking me in some cosmic game I didn't understand. I reached out to touch them, to confirm if my mind was playing tricks, but the moment my fingers met the cool surface of the fridge, a searing pain shot up my arm. The feeling was alien, something unnatural. When I pulled away, I saw it. The same pattern from the fridge was now on my skin, on my forearm, 4 bruises, dark and sickly, spreading like a wound from the inside. It wasn't just an itch anymore. It was as though something was moving, crawling beneath my skin, pulsing in time with the markings on the fridge. The sensation was maddening, like something had taken root inside me. Inside my very body. I couldn't explain it, but I felt different. I couldn't eat. My stomach churned with a hunger that wasn't physical. But something far worse. It felt like I was being drained, piece by piece. Calorie by calorie. It wasn't just the food, it was something else. Something dark, something watching. I couldn't escape it. I called in sick the next day, too terrified to leave the house. Too consumed by the strange, growing emptiness inside me. The marks on my arm remained for 36 hours before slowly fading away. But the fear lingered, gnawing at me. That's when I reached out to Dr. Reyes, a nutritionist who had seen all sorts of strange cases. But I could see it in his eyes, the disbelief, the fear. Even his scientific skepticism couldn't explain what was happening to me. He studied the photographs I had taken, the markings, the numbers. The more he looked at the data, the more unsettled he became. His hands trembled as he adjusted his glasses, his clinical facade crumbling. This isn't normal," he whispered. His words hung in the air like a warning, but it was already too late. We were in too deep. And the worst part? The markings on my skin, on my fridge, seemed to be linked to something far beyond my understanding, a force, a presence, an entity that was hunting me. Tracking me like an animal. Dr. Reyes muttered something about consulting with colleagues, though it was clear from his voice that he was simply trying to get away from me. He hastily scheduled a follow-up appointment. One that we both knew would never happen. Later that evening, I received a text from him, an abrupt message that dripped with the formality of professional distance. He declined to continue our consultations, citing ethical boundaries, and suggested I seek more appropriate specialists. Along with the message was the name of a psychiatrist. I couldn't fathom the idea of sitting across from someone who would simply dismiss what was happening to me as a psychological disorder. I was trapped in something real, something that had been encroaching on my life. My very essence. I needed answers, not pity. Desperation pushed me into action. The following morning, I found myself walking through the aisles of Home Depot. My mind clouded with a singular thought: I needed to seal whatever portal had opened in my refrigerator. I approached the counter with a bottle of high-quality appliance paint in hand, the exact color I needed to match the stainless steel finish of my fridge. The employee at the counter avoided my eyes when I explained what I needed. I wanted a paint that could create an impenetrable barrier, something that could stop whatever was happening from coming through. He didn't ask any questions, but I saw the subtle shift in his demeanor, the slight tension in his shoulders, as if he too could sense something was off. The paint went on in 3 careful layers, each one dry before the next was added. I was meticulous, almost obsessive. I watched as the final coat of paint dried, leaving the fridge looking as pristine as it had the day it was installed. That night, for the first time in weeks, relief flooded through me. The situation with practical, logical measures. I had control again. Or so I thought. But at 3:17 a.m., I was ripped from my sleep by a sound that sent a chill through my bones. It was the crack of ice breaking. Loud and sharp in the dead of the night. The room smelled of ozone, sharp, electric, the unmistakable scent of an impending storm. My forearm throbbed, mimicking the rhythm of the noise that echoed in my ears. I knew what I would find before I even got out of bed. I stumbled into the kitchen, heart pounding, and found the fridge untouched. Except for the paint. The cracks were perfect, mirroring the outline of the four fingers that had appeared days before. The fractures were so precise, so deliberate, it was as if they had been carved into the metal with the precision of a diamond-tipped tool. The fingerprints had returned, but now they were darker, deeper, pressed harder into the steel. Like they were insistent on being seen, on being acknowledged. The surrounding metal was colder than ice, colder than any temperature I had ever felt. It burned when I touched it, leaving my fingers blistered. But that wasn't the worst part. As I stood there, my fingers still gripping the metal, a voice that didn't speak but somehow seeped directly into my mind, whispered two words. Energy deficit. I collapsed to the floor, my knees buckling beneath me as a wave of weakness flooded my body, draining me of every ounce of strength. It felt as though something had opened. A valve in my body, siphoning off my very life force. For minutes, I couldn't move, couldn't even crawl. It was as if my muscles had turned to jelly. I finally managed to pull myself up, clinging to the counter for support, and caught a glimpse of myself in the microwave door. My face was gaunt, my eyes hollow. My cheeks had sunken in. It was as if I had lost 10 pounds in a single night. The scale didn't lie. I had lost 7 pounds overnight. I couldn't explain it. But the evidence was clear. Someone was taking from me. I couldn't stop myself from researching. Obsessively. I didn't sleep, only resting when my body shut down from sheer exhaustion. I scoured obscure forums where people spoke of paranormal encounters with entities that fed on human energy, beings that drained their victims, feeding on their life force in ways that defied logic. Some of the accounts seemed like fiction, but there were details that made my blood run cold. The same sensation, the same draining emptiness, the same sense of being watched. One journal from the 19th century described a Lithuanian spirit called a Myknes, a household entity that controlled the family's consumption. It punished wastefulness by siphoning life force, ensuring that the family lived in a strict caloric balance. The entity punished those who exceeded their daily intake by draining their energy, life force, and taking something far more essential than food. I wasn't sure whether to believe it, but the parallels were undeniable. The purple bruises, the strange markings, the way my body seemed to shrink. Every time I exceeded my caloric intake, everything matched. I found a way to manage it. I began counting every calorie, every step, every burn. I couldn't let myself go over the limit. But I couldn't let myself fall too far below it either. If I did, the purple marks would return, and the emptiness would return with it. The life I had known was gone. Now, my every waking moment was consumed by tracking and balancing my calories, my energy, my life force. I invested in the best fitness tracker I could find. I weighed every morsel of food, calculating every expenditure with obsessive precision. As long as I maintained the delicate balance, the fingerprints stayed faint, a soft phosphorescent glow. But I knew, deep down, that I was walking a razor-thin line. One wrong move, one slip, and the darkness would return. I adapted. It's remarkable how humans can adjust to almost anything. Even the most unnatural and horrifying circumstances. What once felt like a curse became my strange new normal. This peculiar symbiosis between me and the entity that monitored me through the refrigerator door. I even came to appreciate its cold precision, its unfaltering mathematical accuracy. The entity, if that's what it truly was, never made mistakes in its calculations. It was a perfect accountant of human energy. I couldn't deny that. It had found me, and now, in a way, I had become its willing participant. I maintained the balance, never straying too far from what it expected. I lived in harmony with it. In the strangest way, despite knowing it wasn't a mere figment of my imagination. I had seen the evidence, the fingerprints, the strange energy that pulsed through my walls, and the unspoken demand for balance. Then, one night, a power outage hit my neighborhood during a violent storm. The lights flickered, and for a moment, all was still. In my half-dazed state, I opened the refrigerator door instinctively, just to check if the light had gone out. A reflex action. Something I did without thinking. And that's when I saw it. A hand. Not a human hand, but a form, a ghostly limb pulling back into the refrigerator, disappearing into the dark depths of my neatly organized meal prep containers. It moved with the fluid grace of smoke, yet it had the definite shape of elongated fingers. The temperature in the kitchen dropped instantly, and my breath fogged in the Arctic air. I was paralyzed by fear, but I couldn't look away. The pieces moved with a terrifying precision, casting its eerie phosphorescent light across the kitchen floor. And in that light, I saw something else. My food, my carefully arranged meals, had been tampered with. Not in a way that left physical traces, but in a subtle, horrifying way. Each item had been sampled. The essence of each seemed diminished, as though it had been consumed without leaving a single mark. I stood frozen before the open refrigerator, feeling the weight of something watching me, something waiting. My voice trembled as I whispered, "What do you want?" The question seemed to hang in the air, unanswered. But I could feel the presence beyond my perception. In the very space between breaths, the air shimmered with cold, and frost began to form on the countertops, crystalline patterns that mirrored the numerical sequences I had been tracking for weeks, as though the very fabric of reality was bending to accommodate its demands. Then, the voice came again. It wasn't spoken aloud, but somehow I could hear it inside my mind, bypassing my ears. Balance. Exchange consumption must equal expenditure. The words pulsed in my thoughts, like an insistent mantra. Why me? I whispered, though I already suspected the answer. My life before this had been one of waste, excess, thoughtless consumption, food discarded without thought, resources used without care. All systems seek equilibrium. The words rang in my mind, clearer now. The refrigerator door swung wider, revealing something I could never have imagined. The plastic cover of the glove. But a void, a space that extended far beyond the physical boundaries of the appliance. Within that void, I saw something, a shape. Something both familiar and alien. It was a body composed of the same phosphorescent energy as the fingerprints, its limbs bent at impossible angles. Its form ever shifting, like smoke caught in a wind. Its face, if it could be called that, was a grotesque composite of every hungry creature I had ever seen, a twisted mask of raw, primal need. But I didn't run. Where would I go? This thing had already proven that no boundary was safe. It could reach across the fabric of space itself, invade my home, my very life. Instead of running, I stood my ground, a strange sense of understanding blooming within me as it extended its hand toward me. For fingers, elongated, glowing with the same airy blue light, pointed directly at my chest. It didn't speak aloud, but I heard its words in my mind, clear as day. Your kind takes without giving, consumes without replenishing. We restore the balance. In that moment, something clicked. Understanding washed over me. This wasn't personal, it never had been. I wasn't the target. I was just one data point in a much larger equation. The entity had been here long before humanity had invented refrigerators. long before we even understood what energy was. It had measured the flows of life for eons, maintained equilibrium when consumption patterns threatened to destabilize larger systems. The hand retreated slowly, and the refrigerator door closed behind it. By morning, everything had returned to normal, or so it appeared. The refrigerator was just a refrigerator again, the cold, mechanical hum of it no different than any other appliance. The frost had receded, leaving no trace on my countertops. But I knew better now. The fingerprints remained, faint but unmistakable. Evidence of our exchange, a silent reminder of the delicate balance I had to maintain. I live differently now. The frantic, thoughtless consumption of my past is gone. I grow what food I can in a small garden, waste nothing, and maintain the precise energy balance that my invisible housemate demands. The refrigerator remains, quiet and unassuming, but I know now. Its cold light will never fade from my life. Some nights, I wake to find the refrigerator door slightly ajar, the faint blue glow emanating from within. At first, I thought I might feel fear again, but now, I don't. Instead, I acknowledge the presence with a respectful nod before returning to bed. The purple marks on my arm haven't returned. But every so often, when I'm grocery shopping, I notice other people with similar discolorations, faint marks peeking out from under their sleeves. There's a look in their eyes, a haunted, distant stare. And when our gazes meet, it's as if we silently recognize each other, though neither of us says a word. I've come to believe that what lives in my refrigerator is not some fleeting ghost or paranormal entity. No, this is something ancient, part of a cosmic regulatory system that predates humanity. We, in our hubris, have merely built portals for these beings through our modern appliances, our refrigerators, our microwaves, our perfect little worlds, each one a conduit for monitoring our increasingly imbalanced consumption. The hum of my refrigerator has changed, too. It's subtle, almost imperceptible, but it's there. Less mechanical now. More like the contented purr of a well-fed cat, satisfied with the balance it's helped maintain. When I open it to prepare my carefully measured dinner, I can feel the energy shift. The fingerprints, always the same, always glowing that soft blue, are there, waiting for me on the inside of the door. They signal to me that equilibrium has been maintained. As I stand there, preparing my meal, I feel that familiar sensation. The weight of being watched, of being accounted for. It's not just the food I'm taking in, it's my energy, my life force, my essence. And I know, deep down, that I'm being evaluated, assessed, recorded in some vast ledger beyond human comprehension. The universe, I've come to understand, keeps perfect books. And eventually, payment, one way or another, will always come due. Story 2 begins differently. The first time I heard it, my bones knew something was wrong before my mind could process why. A perfect whistle. It was unlike anything human, too precise, too sustained. Slicing through the evening air at exactly 7:43 p.m. I remember glancing at my watch reflexively, my hair standing on end, my skin tingling with a primal warning. The sound lingered for 17 seconds, neither rising nor falling in pitch, while the numbers on the gas station price display across the street flickered, then plummeted. Nobody else seemed to notice. The cars around me moved along in their own worlds, illuminated by the soft glow of dashboard lights, eyes locked ahead. They were oblivious to the wrongness that had seeped into our quiet suburban corner. But I felt it, deep in my gut, that something had shifted. I wasn't just imagining it. I'm a man of routine. I find comfort in predictability. My job as an actuary is built on this same foundation. Calculating risk, converting the chaotic variables of human life into orderly Statistical models. My colleagues often joke that I'm more spreadsheet than person. Maybe they're right. I've never married, I live alone in a meticulously organized condo, and I drive the same route to work each day. Always stopping for gas at the same petrol station on the corner of Maple and 17th. Nothing about my life had invited mystery or disruption. But then, 1 week later, it happened again. At exactly 7:43 p.m. The same otherworldly whistle sliced through the air. I froze, my heart pounding, feeling the weight of something unseen pressing in. I quickly pulled over, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight that my knuckles turned white. Across the street, the gas station price display flickered again. It plummeted, and I watched in stunned disbelief as the numbers dropped to a price I hadn't seen in decades, $1.17 per gallon. Before I could gather my thoughts enough to consider filling up at this miraculous rate, both the whistle and the price anomaly vanished. The display returned to normal, showing $4.79 per gallon. It was as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. That night, I lay in bed, the ceiling fan spinning slowly overhead, wrestling with the questions that swirled in my mind. Was this just stress? Had I finally cracked? The rational side of me, the actuary, the man who trusted models and causality, wanted to dismiss this as coincidence or a hallucination. But deep down, in my gut, I knew something else. Something primal and ancient that had been triggered in me. The feeling wasn't one of fear, but of recognition. I could sense a pattern forming, a disturbance in the natural order. And it felt like I was at the center of it. The third time, I was ready. I positioned my car at the petrol station at exactly 7:40 p.m. Engine idling, eyes fixed on both my watch and the price display. My mouth was dry, and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the air conditioning. At precisely 7:43, it happened again. The perfect, sustained whistle cut through the air like a scalpel, and the numbers on the price display began to drop once more. This time, I knew what I had to do. But something told me that whatever was coming next, I wasn't going to be able to simply watch it unfold. The prices on the digital display plummeted again, descending into a freefall. That felt impossible, like reality itself had been unhinged. This time, I didn't hesitate. My body moved before my mind could catch up with the strange urgency that gripped me. I jumped out of my car, rushed to the pump, and jammed the nozzle into my tank. Before I could question the absurdity of it all, the pump registered the impossible price, 89 cents per gallon. As fuel flowed into my tank, the whistle that had plagued me for days stopped abruptly, leaving a heavy silence behind it. The air seemed thicker now, gelatinous and dense, like the world itself had paused. When the tank clicked full, I replaced the nozzle with trembling hands and grabbed my receipt, half expecting it to disintegrate in my hands or burst into flames. But no. It was just ordinary thermal paper, and there, printed on it, were the extraordinary numbers that defied all logic. That night, I slept soundly, the first real deep sleep I'd had in weeks. The tension that had been twisting my insides finally relaxed. By morning, I convinced myself that I had somehow cracked the code. Some strange cosmic glitch, a weird anomaly in the fabric of reality that required acknowledgement. Nothing more. Fill the tank when the whistle comes, and everything returns to normal. It was a peculiar tax on my sanity. But I told myself it was manageable, but that flimsy comfort lasted exactly 7 days. The following Monday, everything changed. A late meeting kept me at the office until 8:15 p.m. By the time I drove past the petrol station, it was already 8:37. No whistle. No price drop. I felt a surge of relief wash over me. A fleeting hope that perhaps the phenomenon had run its course. Maybe it was over. I arrived home, microwaved a frozen dinner, and sank into the couch to watch a documentary about deep-sea creatures, trying to distract myself from the lingering tension. I thought maybe I could finally put it all behind me. But at precisely 9:43 p.m., the whistle began again. It wasn't outside. It wasn't in the street. It was inside my apartment, inside my head, reverberating through every fiber of my being. The sound sliced through the air with a precision that felt like a blade. My body tensed, and I dropped my fork in shock. My hands clutched at my ears, but I already knew it wouldn't help. It wasn't a sound that could be blocked out. The whistle crescendoed, and I could feel my lungs constricting, as if the sound itself were pulling the air out of the room. My vision began to narrow, the edges blurring into shadow, as if I were drowning in sound. The darkness crept in from the periphery, threatening to pull me under. Just before I lost consciousness, the whistle stopped. The silence that followed was just as suffocating, just as eerie. I woke on my living room floor at exactly 3:17 a.m. The television was still on, now showing a mindless infomercial about kitchen gadgets. My chest ached, like I had run a marathon. Like something inside me had been pushed beyond its limits. When I finally managed to rise, my legs waddled beneath me, weak and unsteady, like a newborn colt learning to walk. My phone lit up with notifications. 3 missed calls. 7 text messages. All from different neighbors along my commuting route. They all described the same thing. My car had been seen parked outside the petrol station at exactly 7:43 p.m. with what appeared to be me sitting motionless behind the wheel. One neighbor had even approached my car, tapping on the window when I didn't respond to their wave. They described how I remained rigid, unmoving, even when they raised their voice and knocked harder on the glass. Eventually, they gave up, disturbed by what they took to be my rudeness. But I hadn't been there. I had been home, in my apartment, microwaving a frozen dinner. My car had been parked in the underground parking garage the entire time. I checked, racing down to the garage in my pajamas. My key fob clenched in my trembling hand, I found my car exactly where I had left it. The engine was cold. Yet when I opened the car door, the overwhelming scent of fresh gasoline hit me, sharp and unmistakable. My heart skipped a beat, matching the rhythm of the light. Weak. The sense of wrongness that settled over me was heavy, suffocating. The thought of that impossible price drop at the pump and the inexplicable events that had unfolded haunted me all night. Sleep was a distant memory, elusive and unattainable. I tossed and turned in my bed, my mind racing, my thoughts tangled in confusion and fear. The next morning, I called in sick, something I hadn't done in 7 years of employment. My boss's voice on the phone felt distant, as if I were already losing my grip on reality. Instead of heading to work, I found myself driving to the petrol station, the place where everything had gone wrong. I approached the attendant, a bored-looking young man with acne scars and vacant eyes. His posture suggested complete indifference, but I needed answers. I asked if he remembered seeing me or my car the previous evening. Without missing a beat, he shrugged and explained that the security cameras had malfunctioned between 7:30 and 8 p.m. electrical issues. He added nonchalantly, "Sometimes the price display glitches too. But maintenance can't seem to find the problem." I left the station with a sinking feeling, but not the answers I needed. Over the next 2 weeks, I adjusted my entire life around this bizarre new reality. Every day, I made sure to be at that gas station at 7:43 p.m., without fail. I filled my tank, whether it needed it or not, accumulating a growing stack of receipts that I filed under anomaly documentation. The whistle continued to come at precisely the same time, without fail. Each time, the prices would drop, and I would comply. Driven by some unknown force, some cosmic directive that had entangled me. The toll on my finances was impossible to ignore. My credit card bills soared. But the alternative, the suffocating internal whistle, was not an option. There was no choice but to comply, no escape from the cycle that had ensnared me. It felt like a strange form of currency, one that I couldn't refuse. Then, one fateful day, my company announced mandatory overtime to meet a project deadline. It was a disruption I hadn't anticipated. As 7:43 approached, I sat, trapped in my office 30 floors above the city. Sweat soaking through my shirt as I stared at the digital clock on my computer. Screen. 7:42 p.m. My breath became shallow, my hands trembling as they hovered over the keyboard. My mind raced. I debated running, making up an excuse to leave, but rationality told me there was no way I'd make it across town in time. 7:43 arrived. I braced myself for the internal whistle, the suffocating vacuum-like pressure in my chest. But nothing happened. For the first time in weeks, relief flooded through me. Perhaps the entity, or whatever force was controlling these events, required geographical proximity to the petrol station. Maybe I was safe here in my high-rise office, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the mundane paraphernalia of corporate life. It seemed impossible that something so irrational could penetrate this fortress of normalcy. When I finally drove home at 9:20 p.m., I passed the petrol station out of habit. To my surprise, the station was closed, completely unusual for a location that usually operated 24/7. No lights, no customers, just a dark, empty island of concrete under the streetlights. I pulled into my building's garage, exhaustion overtaking anxiety. I sat in my car for a long moment, my mind trying to process what had just happened. That's when I noticed the dashboard clock. 7:42 p.m. impossible. I checked my phone, 9:23 p.m. I tapped the dashboard display, thinking there had to be an electronic malfunction. The clock flickered and changed to 7:43. Suddenly, the whistle erupted from my glove compartment, sharp and shrill. It was followed by a rhythmic metallic thumping, each thud pulsing in perfect counterpoint to my own frantic heartbeat. My pulse raced as my breath caught in my throat. I was paralyzed, unable to move. I watched in horror as the glove compartment door slowly unlatched itself, creaking open, revealing something I could never have imagined. The plastic cover of the glove compartment descended with agonizing deliberation, as though it were savoring the moment. Inside, illuminated by the dim glow of my dashboard lights, lay something that shattered the fragile illusion of control I had been clinging to. A stack of gas receipts, ones I had never seen before. My credit card number was printed on each one, alongside dates that hadn't yet arrived: May 17th, June 3rd, June 28th, July 12th. As if that weren't unsettling enough, destinations I didn't recognize were handwritten on the backs: Lakeview Cemetery, North Shore Hospital, County Morgue, International Airport Terminal B. My heart pounded in my chest, the air in the car growing thin. The whistle, that damned whistle, intensified. An unbearable screech that filled the space, drowning out all other sound. I felt my lungs burning, my vision blurring as oxygen deprivation began to set in. The world tilted, and with the last of my strength, I grabbed the receipts and stumbled from the vehicle, collapsing onto the cold concrete floor of the garage. The car door slammed shut behind me of its own accord. No one was there to close it. I barely registered the sound, too consumed by the nausea and dizziness swirling around me. Over the next few days, I researched each of the locations listed on those Receipts. Lakeview Cemetery, where my parents had purchased plots decades ago. North Shore Hospital, home to the neurological department that specialized in brain tumors. The county morgue, the name was self-explanatory. And finally, Terminal B at International Airport, servicing flights primarily to remote locations, places where people might go to disappear, to vanish from the world. I considered destroying the receipts, ripping them apart, throwing them into a fire, but something stopped me. Was it instinct? Was it resignation? I couldn't say. Instead, I scheduled an immediate medical examination. The doctor found nothing physically wrong, but he referred me to a neurologist. Given the disturbing symptoms I had reported, the appointment was set at North Shore Hospital, precisely on the date listed on the second receipt. It has now been a week since I discovered those prophetic receipts. I've established a new routine. Every evening at 7:43 p.m. I park at the petrol station, fill my tank regardless of its level, and comply. The whistle comes. The prices drop. My bank account dwindles, but I breathe. At least for now. My lungs remain full of air, and I'm still here, tethered to the strange contract I've made with this phenomenon. Sometimes, in my rearview mirror, I catch glimpses of something that isn't quite my reflection. A shadow self, a distortion of myself whose movements lag behind by fractions of a second. When I turn my head, it's gone, just like that. The neighbors no longer report seeing my doppelganger. Perhaps they don't need to. Maybe it's no longer manifesting separately. It's integrated itself into me, or perhaps I into it. I've started carrying the future receipts in my wallet, not out of resignation, but as strategy. The way I see it, forewarned is forearmed. If these locations represent inevitable waypoints in my journey, I can either resist and suffocate, or prepare and potentially alter the course. This morning, I noticed something new on the final receipt. The one for the airport. Originally blank on the reverse side. It now bore freshly materialized handwriting. Coordinates for a location in the remote Alaskan wilderness. And beside it, a single word, escape. The whistle will come again tonight at 7:43 p.m. I'll be at the Petro. Gas cap open, credit card in hand. But this time, I'll have a full tank of questions for whatever entity has colonized my existence. I've calculated the risks, run the statistical models, and I know this. If this phenomenon follows patterns, and everything in my actuary soul tells me it must, then there are variables I can manipulate, outcomes I can influence. After all, I deal in probabilities for a living. And the probability that I'll surrender to some predetermined fate without understanding it first is exactly 0. The dashboard clock reads 7:42 p.m. 1 minute to go. My heart thundered against my ribs, but my mind was clearer than it had been in weeks. Whatever came next, whether explanation, escalation, or oblivion, I would face it with open eyes. I had learned, in my brief encounter with this phenomenon, that some whistles must be answered, no matter the cost. My resolve solidified, the dread of the unknown now tempered by a fierce determination to regain control. There would be no more avoidance. It was time to confront whatever force had so thoroughly entwined itself with my existence. I remember the night I first brought that rocking chair home. The moment it crossed the threshold of my living room, something in the air shifted. It felt different, thicker, heavier. Like the very atmosphere was soaked in stale memories that had been gathering for years, waiting to be disturbed. There was an uncanny stillness in the room. A quiet that felt oppressive, almost unnatural. It tugged at every nerve in my body, making me feel as though I needed to leave the lights on. As if the dark could harbor something waiting to reach out and touch me. Right from the start, I had the sense that I was not alone. The sensation gnawed at me, a relentless weight on my shoulders, and an uneasy prickling at the back of my neck that refused to go away. Over time, that initial dread only deepened, settling into the corners of my mind like a dark stain. Even now, when I close my eyes and think back to that night, I can still feel the damp chill that surrounded me. The kind of cold that presses into your skin, making you shiver without cause. I hear the subtle creak of the chair, the one that sent cold sweat trickling down my spine. The creak had come from the chair in the middle of the night. The sound was faint, barely perceptible, but it was enough to freeze me in place, my heart racing as if it had been pried from its normal rhythm. I found the chair on a damp afternoon, in what used to be a nursing home on the outskirts of town. The building had been shut down years earlier. The residents relocated to a new facility after rumors of health code violations. The place was left to decay, abandoned, forgotten. But curiosity got the better of me when I passed the locked gates one afternoon and caught sight of several pieces of old furniture through a cracked window. A friend had once told me that abandoned places sometimes held real treasures, antique items that could be restored and sold for a profit. I convinced myself that this rocking chair could be the key to an easy fortune. I remember stepping into the foyer of the building, the door hanging crooked on one hinge, as if reluctant to let me in. My flashlight flickered as I moved through the darkened hallway, casting long, jittery shadows on the walls. The smell of stale air mixed with the faint remnants of disinfectant, a scent that should have been comforting but felt nauseating instead. The silence was suffocating, each step I took echoing through the abandoned building like a trespasser's intrusion. The shadows seemed to follow me, their edges creeping and shifting as I passed. In one hallway, I spotted a small room filled with old bed frames, boxes of forgotten personal belongings, and a single rocking chair leaning against the wall. Its wooden frame was worn, but still intact, showing signs of delicate craftsmanship beneath the layers of dust. The seat cushion was faded, embroidered with old flowers that had long lost their color. There was something about it that caught my attention, something that made my skin prickle with unease. Despite that gnawing discomfort, I couldn't help but feel drawn to it. Something about it felt familiar, yet wrong. I hoisted the chair onto my shoulder and left the decaying building, but as I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something move in the back seat. But the chair remained silent, its presence like a dark omen, reflecting my headlights with dull menace. When I arrived home, I placed the chair near my fireplace. It seemed oddly appropriate there, though I couldn't shake the chill that ran down my spine. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. But that night, around 1:11 a.m., I woke to the unmistakable sound of rhythmic creaking. The sound came from the chair, the same one I had placed so carefully by the fire. My heart stopped for a moment. I could feel my lungs tightening, the same kind of dread that stopped me from sitting up in bed. The air felt heavier, thick with an oppressive presence. My heart hammered in my chest, so loudly I could feel it in my temples. I lay frozen in place, the creaking continuing, slow and deliberate, like the chair was rocking itself of its own accord. My muscles locked in place, and for a moment, I wondered if I was imagining it. But the sound continued, unwavering. That night marked the beginning of something darker, something far more sinister than I had anticipated. The chair wasn't just a relic of the past, it was a vessel for something else. Something that refused to let go once it had entered my life. I was coated in a cold sweat, my breath shallow, as if I had sprinted a mile without stopping. Every muscle in my body screamed for me to retreat. But I couldn't move. The dread that had settled over me was a weight I could no longer ignore. Eventually, I forced myself to tiptoe into the living room. My heart pounding in my chest, and that's when I saw it. Gently on its own. The wooden runners scraped against the floor with a faint, eerie squeak, an almost imperceptible sound that rattled through my bones. A shiver tore through me as I looked down at the carpet. Tiny shards glinted in the dim light, thin, curved fragments. My breath caught in my throat. I knew I should run, but my legs felt like lead. Human fingernail clippings. There were only a few at first, scattered in a pattern I couldn't decipher. My trembling hands reached down to scoop them up, and the smell hit me, a rancid odor that made my stomach churn. I couldn't understand how such a pungent scent could emanate from clippings. That had to be decades old. I tried to calm myself, muttering that it had to be some elaborate prank or leftover debris from the nursing home. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The smell, foul, overwhelming, was far too real to dismiss. The next morning, after a sleepless night out, turning over the previous evening's events in my mind, I found more fragments on the carpet. But this time, they weren't just scattered, they were arranged in a crude message. Across the floor, the clippings spelled out a single word in Portuguese, Santa, which means sit. My stomach turned as disbelief and terror twisted together inside me. I couldn't understand how in the world those fragments had arranged themselves like that. And I couldn't fathom why. No one else had a key to my house. I checked all the windows, all the doors, but there was no sign of forced entry. Yet, something had clearly been in my house. And whatever it was seemed to be leaving its mark, its presence. For days, I tried to convince myself it was some delusion. I vacuumed the carpet, wiped down the rocking chair, and tried to restore some semblance of normality. But no matter how much I scrubbed or cleaned, there was no escaping it. Every night, right at 1:11 a.m., I would hear it, the slow, maddening creak of the rocking chair near the fireplace. With each passing night, the sensation of something else, someone sitting there grew stronger. I would feel the chair's presence in the room. A faint displacement of air, the subtle sense of something just beyond my reach. The fear began to curl its fingers around my mind. I started avoiding the living room at night, telling myself I was simply tired, overworked. But the chair, that cursed chair, seemed to know no rest. Eventually, my curiosity won out. I couldn't keep running from it forever. One Sunday afternoon, I decided to give in to the demand scrawled out on the carpet in the grotesque clippings. I sat in the chair, letting its wooden arms cradle me. At first, there was silence. Just my ragged breathing and the ringing in my ears. But the air in the room felt thick with anticipation. Then, it began rocking. Not gently, like before, but with an intensity that made the wood groan in protest. The chair creaked louder, as though straining under some invisible weight, and my back pressed hard against the seat. My knuckles whitened as I gripped the armrests, my heart hammering in my chest with each violent sway. The air grew heavier, pressing down on me, suffocating me with a force I couldn't escape. I felt as if I were being pinned down. My body held in place by some relentless, unseen force. And in that moment, I swear I saw something that shouldn't have been there. I saw corridors that weren't my own. They were narrow and dim, lined with peeling wallpaper and the sickly scent of disinfectant. The overhead lights flickered, casting weak illumination on faded murals in pastel colors. The sound of distant coughing drifted through the hallways, followed by the scrape of a walker on the floor. A desperate voice echoed from somewhere, faint but insistent. I couldn't make out the words, but I could hear the pleading in the tone. There was the sense of frail hands pressing a call button, a sense of urgency mixed with helplessness. The sounds grew louder, the murmurs and coughs blending into a crescendo that made my pulse race and my skin turn clammy. I could feel the desperation of the place. It was as though I were there, inside that crumbling nursing home, surrounded by forgotten lives and restless spirits. The rocking chair creaked, and my vision blurred as dizziness overwhelmed me. The weight of whatever haunted this chair pressed down on me, and I could no longer distinguish where the living room ended and where the shadowy, decaying hallway began. The chair rocked faster now, pulling me deeper into the illusion, into something ancient. Something tied to the past that refused to be forgotten. And I knew, with every fiber of my being, that whatever had been left behind in this chair, in this place, had been waiting for me. I shot out of the chair the moment I could muster the will. My legs were shaky, like they had forgotten how to support me. I stumbled onto the floor, panting as if I had just fought my way up 1,000 steps. The room spun around me, shapes and shadows stretching in unnatural, sickening ways. The disorientation was dizzying, and for a few seconds, I couldn't tell if I was still in my living room or lost in some twisted, decaying place. After a moment, I scrambled away from the chair, bumping into furniture, nearly tripping over the coffee table. My heart raced in my chest as I tried to steady myself. I had never felt such a stark sense of displacement, as though I had left my own body and roamed the halls of that decrepit nursing home. I was experiencing memories that weren't mine. Memories that belonged to the forgotten, the forsaken. It felt as if I was trapped between realities, my body present in one, but my mind anchored in another. From that day on, the floor around the chair glowed faintly, the scuff marks reflecting the hardwood, as though the chair's runners had sprouted wheels and were tracing small, unsettling circles. I tried to clean the scuffs, but every morning I woke to find more intricate markings, their patterns growing more complex by the day. It was as if the chair was slowly claiming the room, its influence spreading outward, drawing a labyrinth of lines that spiraled toward its center. I felt sick every time I looked at those lines, as though they were pulling me, guiding me toward the chair no matter where I stood. I tried to ignore them, but it was impossible. They were there, marking the floor like a curse. Desperation gripped me. I couldn't live like this. In a final, desperate attempt to rid myself of the chair, I tried to sell it. I took photographs, wrote a polite description, and posted the listing online, praying that someone, anyone, would take it off my hands. But each time I hit submit, my ad vanished within minutes, replaced by a pop-up in blinking letters. Vaga permanente reserved. Another Portuguese phrase. This one meant permanent. Vacancy reserved. The words struck me like a blow. What was this? Why had they appeared again? I tried alternative sites, even social media marketplace groups, but the same thing happened. Each time, the pop-up seemed to watch me, tracking my every move. Soon, I stopped trying altogether. The more I attempted to rid myself of the chair, the more the sense of being watched grew. Every new pop-up left me feeling exposed, vulnerable, as though I were under surveillance through my screen. I shared my frustration with a coworker, explaining, albeit vaguely, that I was dealing with something odd, something unexplainable. He chuckled and brushed it off as a joke, thinking I was craving attention. When I tried to explain further, suggesting that perhaps it was something supernatural, he quickly changed the subject, focusing on work instead. His dismissal stung, but I got the sense that no one would believe me. I couldn't even convince myself that what I was experiencing was real. I didn't trust my own perception anymore. I developed a stress-induced tic, blinking rapidly whenever I was forced to talk about the chair or even think. My nights became long, sweaty vigils. I'd lie in bed, counting the minutes until 1:11 a.m., dreading the familiar sound that would return. If I tried to sleep earlier, I'd dream of endless corridors and the phantom squeak of the rocking chair echoing through a distant hallway. The scent of disinfectant would invade my senses, and I'd wake up choking, drenched in cold sweat, my heart hammering in my chest. I began to question whether I was losing my mind or if I was falling prey to the influence of some twisted artifact, some cursed thing that had latched onto my soul. The more I avoided the living room, the more it felt as though that space was shrinking, being consumed by the presence of the chair. I could see it in my peripheral vision at all times now. That black shape near the fireplace. The labyrinth on the floor continued to grow. Each day, the circles became more detailed, more intricate. The patterns now resembled complex Celtic knots, spiraling in on themselves, all leading to the chair. When I ran my fingertips over the etched lines, they felt deeper than mere surface scratches, almost like scars cut into the wood. The sensation of them under my fingers was like touching something alive. Something that was waiting for me to surrender. I could no longer deny it, this was no ordinary house, no simple renovation had ever imagined. The feeling of being drawn to it, compelled to sit in it, to allow it to take control, was overwhelming. Yet every fiber of my being screamed at me to leave it alone, to walk away, to run. But where would I go? The chair had already consumed everything else. I felt as though my life, my very existence, was becoming part of the same twisted puzzle. One that I could neither escape nor understand. I shot out of the chair the moment I could muster the will. My legs were wobbly, and I stumbled onto the floor, panting as if I had just fought my way up a thousand steps. The room reeled around me, shapes and shadows stretching in unnatural ways, as though the very air had thickened. For a moment, everything seemed warped, out of place. After a few seconds of disorientation, I scrambled away, bumping into furniture and nearly tripping over the coffee table. I could feel the remnants of the chair's influence still in my bones, its power lingering in the space. I had never felt such a stark sense of displacement. It wasn't just the physical separation from the chair. It felt like I had left my body behind, and was somehow roaming the halls of that decrepit nursing home, wandering through memories that weren't mine. I was experiencing something ancient, something that belonged to the past. Memories trapped in the wood, in the fabric of the chair. From that day forward, the floor around the chair developed strange streak marks, as though the chair's runners had grown wheels and were tracing small, repetitive circles into the hardwood. I tried to clean the scuffs, tried to scrub away the markings, but each morning I found more intricate patterns, more circles. They weren't random. They spiraled, forming a labyrinth that led straight toward the center of my living room. My gaze always found its way to the chair, as though it was pulling me, guiding me back to it. No matter where I stood in the room, the labyrinth seemed to point me toward that cursed spot. I felt a deep, visceral unease every time I looked at the lines. They made me sick to my stomach, the idea that I could never escape them. That they were somehow part of me now, too. In a desperate bid to rid myself of the bizarre presence, I attempted to sell the chair online. Maybe if I could just get rid of it, everything would go back to normal. I took photographs, wrote a polite description, and posted the listing. But each time, my ad vanished within minutes, replaced by a pop-up and blinking letters, vaga permanente reserved. Another Portuguese phrase. This one meant permanent vacancy reserved. What did it mean? What was it trying to tell me? I tried to post it on alternative sites, even social media marketplace groups, but the same thing happened. Each time, I was met with the same pop-up. I felt a growing sense of vulnerability, as though I was being watched, not just by the computer screen, but by something much darker, something that had found a way into my life. Through the chair. Eventually, I stopped trying. The more I tried to distance myself from it, the more the chair seemed to assert its presence in my life. Each new pop-up left me feeling more exposed, more vulnerable. I shared my growing distress with a coworker, explaining the situation in a vague, indirect way. He laughed it off, thinking I was joking or just craving attention. When I tried to explain more seriously that I might be dealing with something supernatural, he simply changed the subject, focusing on a work project instead. I got the sense that no one would truly believe me. Even I didn't fully trust my own perception anymore. The stress had started to manifest physically. I developed a tic, blinking rapidly whenever I was forced to talk about the chair or even think about it for too long. My nights turned into sweaty vigils. I would lie in bed, counting the minutes until 1:11 a.m. If I tried to sleep earlier, I would dream of endless corridors, all leading toward the rocking chair, its phantom squeaking echoing in a distant hallway. The stench of disinfectant would invade my senses in my dreams, as though I were back in the nursing home, surrounded by fading memories of lives long past. I'd wake up choking, drenched in cold sweat, my heart hammering in my chest, the feeling of the chair's presence still hanging in the air. I started to question myself, was I losing my mind? Or had I fallen prey to a possession, some twisted artifact that had latched onto me, refusing to let go? The more I avoided the living room, the more it felt as though that space was shrinking, being consumed by the chair's influence. The walls seemed to close in around it, as though the chair had become the epicenter of a growing, suffocating force. I saw it in my peripheral vision at all times now. That black shape near the fireplace. I couldn't look away. I knew it was there, even when I wasn't looking directly at it. The labyrinth on the floor had grown more detailed with each passing day. The circles overlapped in elaborate patterns reminiscent of Celtic knots, intricate and endless, all converging on the chair's position. When I ran my fingertips over the etched lines, they felt deeper than mere surface scratches, almost like scars carved into the wood, as if the chair itself had been marked by something ancient, something that refused to be erased. I decided to move the chair to the garage one evening, hoping that removing it from the house would lessen its hold on me. My palms were sweaty as I gripped its arms, and my heart rattled inside my chest as I dragged the chair across the threshold. The moment its wheels lapped the engraved circles on the floor, a sharp pressure built in my skull, a suffocating headache that stabbed behind my eyes. The air itself felt charged, thick with an electric hum, like the stillness before a thunderstorm. I fought the dizziness long enough to push the chair into a dark corner of the garage and slam the door shut behind me. I had hoped that by physically separating it from the house, I could escape its grip, but the weight of its presence was still palpable. That night marked the first time in what felt like forever that I didn't hear the usual squeaking at 1:11 a.m. Instead, there was a steady, insistent tapping coming from the garage. Unable to sleep, I cautiously walked down the hallway, each footstep amplified in the silence, echoing my growing dread. At the garage door, I pressed my ear against the cold metal. The tapping came in rhythmic bursts, pulsing in sync with my heartbeat, like an ominous countdown, each beat an insistent reminder of something I couldn't outrun. My breath grew erratic, and my knees quivered as I imagined opening that door, seeing what had taken root behind it. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I slunk back to bed, more exhausted than ever, my thoughts swirling with an unshakable sense of impending doom. In the morning, I woke up to find the door to the garage wide open. despite my certainty that I had locked it the night before. My stomach flipped, and a cold sweat beaded on my forehead as I walked through the house, my feet feeling heavier with each step. I made my way to the living room, and there, in its place, precisely where it had sat before, was the rocking chair. The labyrinth of scuffs on the floor had extended further, weaving around the chair like a grotesque welcome mat. It was as if the chair had been waiting for me to return, to reclaim its territory. Panic rose in my throat, suffocating me as I realized the inescapable truth: no matter what I did, no matter how many times I tried to remove it, the chair would remain steadfast and unmoving, as if it belonged there more than I did. My anxiety spiraled into full-blown paranoia. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, followed by something invisible yet all too real. At work, I found myself unable to concentrate, certain that every glance, every slight movement in the corner of my eye was a sign of that malevolent presence lurking just beyond my awareness. Simple sounds, a door creaking, a coworker dropping a pen, made me flinch, and goosebumps would spread over my skin like an uncontrollable reaction. I swallowed a lump in my throat constantly, my tongue dry and chalky, my hands trembling with an unsettling, cold, jittery energy. No matter how many times I splashed water on my face, the tension wouldn't subside. One night, I stood at the entrance to the living room, frozen in place. What I saw nearly stopped my heart. The chair was rocking again, back and forth, but there was no one in it. The floor around the chair glowed faintly, the scuff marks reflecting the moonlight in a slick, almost oily sheen. My eyes darted to the ground and I saw new fragments scattered around, tiny nail clippings arranged and twisted, incomprehensible shapes. My vision blurred as I stared at them, a sense of dread creeping up my spine. There was no logical explanation for how they had appeared, no way to rationalize their presence. But what chilled me to the bone was the unmistakable pull I felt toward the chair. It was as though it were beckoning me, coaxing me to sit once more. The next few minutes remain a blur in my memory, like an out-of-body experience. I remember slowly approaching the chair, my legs quivering from the aftershock of adrenaline, my breath shallow and rapid. The wood of the chair gave off a faint scent, an unsettling mix of decaying polish and something metallic. A scent that felt both ancient and wrong. Yet, despite the nausea clawing at my insides, I felt an almost irresistible compulsion to lower myself into the seat. Each step closer to it made my heartbeat thunder louder in my ears, each breath becoming more ragged as I crossed the threshold, my body moving in opposition to my mind. I was terrified, yet I couldn't stop. My hands reached out, trembling, and before I knew it, I was sitting in the chair. And then, the room fell silent. By the time I was mere inches away from the chair, I realized I was sweating profusely. My shirt clung to my back, drenched in cold perspiration, as though my body instinctively understood the danger that loomed. The moment I made contact with the seat, my vision began to swirl. And in an instant, the living room around me peeled away. It wasn't my familiar space anymore, it was the same corridor from my earlier vision, the one filled with the suffocating scent of disinfectant. I heard the unmistakable squeak of an enforced stand rolling along a linoleum floor. The overhead lights above buzzed and flickered, casting a sickly pallor over the scene. My mind reeled as I was engulfed by the overwhelming despair of unspoken years spent in this forgotten space. Seniors, some calling for help, others left to fade in silence. The soft hush of staff ignoring unanswered bells. The faint sob of someone abandoned too long in a wheelchair, their misery fading into the stale air. The sorrow was suffocating. It wrapped itself around me, filling my lungs, pressing against my chest with a weight I couldn't escape. My breathing hitched as I struggled to stay grounded, my body trembling under the invisible burden. I let out a shaky exhale. And my eyes stung with tears I couldn't hold back. It was not my memory. Yet it gripped me as though it were. I was bound to it. Pulled into a past I had no place in. When I surfaced back into my living room, I stumbled away from the chair, panting heavily. My heart hammered in my chest, threatening to burst from my rib cage. An agonizing ache spread through me, settling deep in my bones, a dread I couldn't escape. I curled up against the wall, my hands pressing to my ears, desperate to block out the echoes of the moaning voices that still lingered in my mind. I stayed there for what felt like hours, my legs trembling uncontrollably. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything to break the hold this chair had on me, but I couldn't. Some small flicker of resolve slowly crept back into me. I had to stop pretending this was going to resolve itself. I couldn't sell it, I couldn't move it, and certainly I couldn't destroy it without risking something even worse. I knew what I had to do. I had to confront it directly. Even if it meant stepping into the corridors of someone else's nightmares again. I had no choice. The chair wasn't going to leave on its own. It wasn't going to simply fade from my life. I had to face it, even if it broke me in the process. I rose shakily, steeling myself for what lay ahead. Instead of running away from my home, I decided to stay. Night after night, I waited for the inevitable. The rocking chair continued its routine, mocking me with its incessant squeak. Its steady rhythm a reminder of the grip it had over me. My nights became a blur of half-sleep and jarring awakenings. Every time I considered sitting in that chair again, my courage faltered. My mind would return to those uncanny experiences, and I would feel my heart seize with panic, that same dread crawling up my spine. I could not bring myself to face it again, yet something was shifting inside me. The chair had claimed so much already, I had to regain some sense of control, or I would lose myself completely. Then yesterday, something changed. I noticed new letters traced out by the nail fragments. This time, they weren't in Portuguese. They were in English. No escape. The reflection of those words on the polished floor filled me with such dread that my tongue felt thick in my mouth, and I could barely swallow. I had no words to respond, only the overwhelming urge to retreat into the corner of the room. Each breath now felt laced with fear, as if the air itself had turned against me. I didn't want to leave, but I didn't want to stay either. It was as if the chair and I were locked in a silent battle, each trying to control the space we shared. I existed in a perpetual state of unease, never fully awake, never peacefully asleep. The labyrinth marks had spread further now. They reached the hallway, inching closer to my bedroom, creeping with intent, as if they were going to envelop every square inch of this place, my sanctuary, my home. A place I once found comfort in, now a prison. I once considered it my safe haven, but now it felt more like the heart of a terrifying puzzle. I had no more illusions of safety, but I had made my final decision. I couldn't destroy the chair, but I could keep it under watch. I would stay in my living room tonight, lights on, refusing to let it dictate my fear. I would not let it control me any longer. If it tried to impose another vision on me, I would face it. I have no grand illusions of victory, but I won't be driven out of my own home. A trembling calm settles over me as I write this, though my heartbeat still pounds erratically in my chest. I can almost sense the chair's influence intensifying, the air growing thick with something unseen. The room feels oppressive, as if it is pregnant with malevolent anticipation. Every inch of it heavy with an unspoken threat. I don't know what will happen next. Perhaps I'll stand my ground and learn to live with the labyrinths. Ceaseless expansion, each day seeing the marks creep closer to the center of my existence. Or maybe the rocking chair's pull will become too overwhelming, and my mind will fracture under the constant barrage of borrowed memories. It's as if every squeak, every creak, chips away at my sanity, tethering me to something far older and far darker than I could ever understand. But I'm not running, not yet, at least. My only hope is that by facing it head on, I'll break whatever cycle has tied me to that relic of loneliness and despair. As I finish these words, I cast one last glance at the chair. Even though it's still, I hear the faint echo of its creak deep within my thoughts, as if it's always with me. There's a certainty in my gut that this confrontation is far from over, that whatever this entity is, it's far from finished with me. My palms are damp, my breath catching every few seconds, but I remain in place. If there is any resolution to be had, it will come from staring this darkness in the face, not fleeing from it. And so, the final image, as I close my eyes, is the chair. Silent yet thrumming with unseen energies. A silent invitation to madness. A beckoning I can't quite escape. The house grows colder. The labyrinth marks on the floor ripple as I blink. And still, I wait. Somewhere beyond the edges of perception, I sense a presence. Neither living nor dead, claiming its seat in the shadows. I can feel the weight on my chest, the creeping tingle up my spine, reminding me that I've bound myself to this presence, willingly or not. The squeak begins again, slow and deliberate, like a heartbeat pulsing through the very walls, echoing in the stillness of the room. I can't tell if I'm hearing it with my ears or feeling it inside me. But the sound is unmistakable. It's not just a noise. It's a call. The house whispered to me from the moment I signed the deed. Not with words of God, how I wish it had been merely words. Instead, it communicated through a language of subtle wrongness that my rational mind tried desperately to dismiss. The shadows seemed to linger too, long in the corners of my vision, never quite conforming to the angles of the room. The floorboards creaked in a sequence that unnerved me, as if they were alive, shifting with a purpose. The persistent copper taste that lingered in my morning coffee, no matter how many brands I tried, became the first true warning. These small, inexplicable things should have alerted me. But I brushed them off, convincing myself it was just my mind playing tricks. I should have recognized those crimson flags unfurling in my peripheral vision, each one more unsettling than the last. By the time I understood what dwelled beneath my home, it had already begun considering me as part of its territory. I purchased the single-story Victorian last October, a foreclosure. And a steal at that price, my realtor had emphasized with a smile that never quite reached her eyes. The property sat on nearly 2 acres of overgrown land, at the edge of town, backing up to a stretch of woods that had somehow escaped development. The previous owners had vanished without explanation. They had left behind furniture draped in sheets like pale ghosts frozen in silent tableau, untouched for years. The neighbors gave me vague, uncomfortable responses when I asked about them, a family emergency, or a sudden job transfer. But their stories never aligned. I could tell they weren't telling the whole truth, but I was too enchanted by the house's intricate crown molding and the gleaming original hardwood floors to care. The first month passed without incident as I settled into the house, unpacking boxes and making minor renovations. I painted over the peculiar, rust-colored stains in the basement that even industrial cleaner couldn't seem to touch. I replaced the kitchen fixtures that ran brackish water for several minutes before clearing, telling myself that the old plumbing was just part of the charm. I convinced myself that the occasional scratching sounds in the walls were merely rodents, soon to succumb to the traps I'd set. It was on a Tuesday evening, while taking out the trash, that I first noticed it. A flash of movement in my peripheral vision. Something red, something that flickered and vanished the moment I turned to look directly at it. At first, I brushed it off as a trick of the setting sun. Against the fence, perhaps a reflection off a piece of metal or glass. But when it happened again the following night, and then again 3 days later, always visible only from the corner of my eye, I began to feel a creeping unease. The color wasn't quite red, more like the deep, viscous crimson of arterial blood, with an unnatural luminescence that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. It moved with purpose along the perimeter of my yard, always keeping to the edges, always vanishing when I tried to look at it head on. I began to dread dusk when the fading light seemed to amplify whatever phantom patrolled my property. Each night, the darkness seemed to deepen, and with it, the eerie presence that lingered just beyond my field of vision. Sleep became increasingly difficult as November dragged on. I would jolt awake at exactly 3:17 a.m. My body drenched in cold sweat despite the thermostat set to 72 degrees. In those disorienting moments between sleep and wakefulness, I could swear I felt a rhythmic vibration beneath me, thump, 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 thump. A dull, persistent thudding that seemed to emanate from deep beneath the house. It was like a massive heart beating in slow motion under the floorboards. Its rhythm almost too deliberate to be natural. I told myself it was the furnace cycling on, or water in the old pipes, or any number of rational explanations that didn't involve admitting what my instincts were increasingly screaming at me. Something was wrong with this house. Something fundamental and impossible. By December, I had begun recording the phenomena in a journal, trying to apply logic to the inexplicable. The crimson streaks appeared most frequently on cloudless nights, their glow growing stronger as the temperature dropped. The thudding beneath the house intensified after rainfall. And most disturbingly, I began to notice a correlation between my emotional state and the intensity of these occurrences. When I was anxious or angry, the manifestations seemed to grow stronger, more vivid, as if feeding on my turmoil. I tried to reach out to the neighbors, desperate for some explanation, but the more I spoke with them, the more isolated I felt. They avoided me now. When I forced an encounter with Mrs. Keller from across the street, asking if she'd ever experienced anything unusual in her home, she clutched her cross necklace and mumbled something about the land having peculiarities before hurrying inside, her eyes wide with fear. The postal carrier no longer came to my door, but instead left packages at the end of the driveway. Even my friends made excuses not to visit, claiming the house gave them headaches or a vague sense of nausea. I was becoming more isolated with each passing day, which, looking back, I realized was exactly what the house wanted. The incident that finally forced me to acknowledge the true horror of my situation occurred on the winter solstice, the longest night of the year. I had fallen asleep on the couch, having taken a double dose of sleeping pills to quiet the now constant thudding beneath the house. It had become unbearable, but I had to sleep, to try to escape it even if only for a few hours. When I awoke, the silence was so profound that it was more terrifying than the noise had ever been. The absence of sound pressed against my eardrums, a physical force that felt like a suffocating weight. The digital clock on the cable box read 3:17 a.m., the same cursed time that had haunted me for weeks. Something compelled me to go outside. It wasn't curiosity anymore, I had long passed the point of curiosity. It was a feeling, an undeniable pull, as if a hook had been planted in my solar plexus and was gently but insistently drawing me toward the back door. My limbs felt heavy, uncoordinated, as though moving through molasses. My breath fogged the suddenly frigid air of my living room. And I found myself standing at the back door, almost as if it had opened itself. I stepped outside onto the back porch without a clear memory of how I had gotten there. The night was painfully clear, the stars hard in bright light. Diamond shards against the black void of space. The ground was covered in frost, despite the weather forecast having predicted temperatures in the 40s. And there, at the far edge of my property, stood a figure. My first coherent thought was that someone had broken in. Perhaps a squatter or a vagrant seeking shelter in the woods beyond my property line. But as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized what I was seeing wasn't human. Despite its humanoid shape, the figure stood perfectly still. A silhouette cut from the fabric of the night, somehow darker than the darkness surrounding it. The edges of the figure pulsed with that same crimson luminescence I had seen before, the eerie glow that seemed to come from within. But it wasn't just the figure's outline that terrified me, it was its eyes. My God, its eyes. They glowed with such intensity that looking into them felt like staring into the heart of a blast furnace. The color wasn't red. Not exactly, but something far more unnatural. It was a hue I had no name for. A color that seemed to exist somewhere beyond the visible spectrum of human perception. My brain tried to interpret it as a blinding white tinged with crimson, but I knew that wasn't right. It was a color that had no business existing in our reality. The air around it seemed to shimmer with heat, distorting its outline like asphalt on a summer day. There was a strange, almost suffocating stillness as we regarded each other. From across the frost-covered yard, I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My body temperature plummeted so rapidly that I could feel ice crystals forming in my lungs with each shallow, frantic gasp. Yet, paradoxically, the air around the figure seemed to shimmer with heat, as if it were the very source of the chill that had invaded my bones. It was then that a name formed in my mind. Not through hearing or sight, but as if it had always been there, written on the inside of my skull in letters I was only now learning to read. Bonicus. The name came with absolute certainty, though I had no idea what it meant or how I knew it. I felt its weight in my chest, like a truth I had been given without the ability to deny it. The creature Bonicus tilted its head slightly, a gesture so human it sent a fresh wave of terror coursing through me. Its mouth opened, revealing a cavity of pulsing crimson light. No sound emerged, but I felt, rather than heard, a single word reverberate through my consciousness. Mine. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. Not in the sense of running away or fading gradually, but simply ceasing to exist between one heartbeat and the next. The only evidence it had been there at all was the lingering scent of iron, like freshly spilled blood, and a perfect circle of dead grass where it had stood. The frost melted away beneath its presence, revealing blackened earth. Beneath. I retreated inside, locking the door with trembling hands, knowing even as I did so how futile the gesture was against something that could apparently materialize and dematerialize at will. I spent the remainder of that endless night huddled in my bathroom, the only room in the house with no windows, a kitchen knife clutched in white-knuckled hands. I listened to the house settle around me with sounds no structure made of wood and nails should make. Every creak, every groan of the walls seemed to echo with a malevolent intention, a presence in the very bones of the house. Morning brought no relief, only a grim determination born of desperation. I needed answers. But the local library yielded nothing about the history of my property, beyond mundane records of ownership transfers and tax assessments. The Historical Society was equally unhelpful, though the ancient volunteer who assisted me gave me such a pitying look when I mentioned my address that I nearly broke down and told her everything. It was at the county clerk's office that I finally discovered a clue. While searching through microfiche records of old newspapers, I found a small article from 1897 describing a peculiar geological anomaly discovered during the initial construction of my home. Workers had uncovered what was described as a cavity of unusual composition and temperature approximately 20 feet beneath what would become the house's foundation. The project was briefly halted while experts from a nearby university examined the find, but construction eventually resumed with no further explanation. I felt a chill run through me as I realized this was no ordinary house. Something ancient and incomprehensible had been buried beneath it. That night, the crimson shadows returned with a vengeance. They no longer confined themselves to the yard but danced across my walls, pulsing in perfect synchronization with the thudding beneath the house. The temperature fluctuated wildly, freezing one moment, sweltering the next. The smell of iron grew so overpowering that I gagged. Yet somehow, I knew it wasn't blood I was smelling, but something far older, more fundamental. In my desperation, I contacted the professor of geology from the article, now long retired. Dr. Harrison initially refused to speak with me. But when I described what I'd been experiencing, his demeanor shifted from irritation to what I can only describe as controlled panic. He agreed to meet me at a diner 40 miles away from my house, insisting on the distance. The elderly man who greeted me bore little resemblance to the distinguished academic I'd researched online. His frailty seemed to stretch beyond age, and the fear in his eyes was palpable. His hands shook constantly, and his eyes darted around the restaurant as if expecting to be ambushed. Dr. Harrison spoke in hushed tones about what they'd found beneath my house over 70 years ago. A perfectly spherical chamber that maintained a constant temperature of 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, regardless of external conditions. The walls of this chamber pulsed rhythmically every 72 seconds, and were composed of a material that defied conventional analysis. It was organic but not biological, with properties that allowed it to exist in both liquid and solid states. We should never have sealed it back up, he whispered, his coffee untouched before him. Something that old, that alien to our understanding, doesn't sleep forever. When I asked what he thought it was, his expression crumpled into something between fear and resignation. He didn't believe it was a natural formation or anything that evolved on Earth. His theory, the one that had ended his academic career and relegated him to the fringes of his field, was that the chamber was cardiovascular in nature. A heart belonging to something incomprehensibly ancient that had been dormant until our intrusion disturbed it. And now it's awake, I said, the words hanging between us like a death sentence. He nodded grimly. It's establishing a territory, marking boundaries. And you? He looked at me with genuine pity. You're living directly above its primary organ. It knows you're there. It's becoming aware of you. Like the way you might gradually notice a persistent itch or a splinter under your skin. I asked him how to stop it, how to drive it away or destroy it. His bitter laugh drew stares from nearby diners. Destroy it? You might as well try to destroy a mountain or drain an ocean with a teaspoon. The best you can hope for is to appease it or escape its notice. I left our meeting with a list of bizarre precautions and rituals. Some scientific, others veering into the realm of superstition and occult practices that the professor had collected over decades. Salt barriers, iron filings, complex patterns of sound that might disrupt its biorhythms, offerings of raw meat left at the property boundaries to satisfy hungers we couldn't comprehend. Some of these measures seemed to help temporarily. The thudding would quiet for hours after I played specific frequencies through speakers placed directly on the floor. The crimson manifestations retreated when I lined thresholds with mixtures of salt and iron. But each time, they returned stronger. As if the entity were learning, adapting to my defenses. I haven't slept in my bedroom for weeks now. The thudding is constant there. The walls pulsing visibly in time with the rhythm. I've taken to sleeping in my car some nights, parked at the far edge of my property, where the influence seems weakest. But even there, I wake to find tendrils of crimson light probing the vehicle, seeking entry. I'm writing this from a motel 30 miles away, but I can still feel it. The connection goes both ways. Now, when I close my eyes, I can sense the enormous presence beneath my house. Feel the slow, deliberate thoughts of something processing reality through a consciousness utterly alien to human experience. It's curious about me. It finds my fear interesting. I've listed the house for sale, but I already know no one will buy it. The property is marked now. Changed in ways invisible to the eye, but unmistakable to the deeper senses we all possess but rarely acknowledge. I'm not sure I could even go through with selling it to some unsuspecting family, knowing what waits beneath the foundation. Sometimes I wonder if escape is even possible. Last night, I dreamt I was back in the house, standing in the center of my living room as the floor beneath me became transparent. I could see it then, the massive, pulsing organ that is neither flesh nor stone, extending tendrils throughout the surrounding soil like roots or veins. In the dream, I watched as one of those tendrils emerged from my own chest, connecting us in a horrific symbiosis. I woke clutching at my chest, convinced I would find an entry wound, some evidence of physical penetration. But there was nothing visible. The certainty remains, though, it has marked me, just as it has marked the land. I am becoming a part of its territory, its ecosystem. Not prey exactly, but not a separate entity either. I don't know how this ends. I only know I can't go back to that house. Yet I feel its pull even now, a persistent tugging sensation drawing me back toward what feels increasingly like home. The truly terrifying realization is not that something ancient and unknowable has invaded my house, but that I might be evolving into something that belongs there with it. In the pulsing crimson darkness beneath the foundation of what was once my sanctuary. But I will resist. For now, at least, I am still human enough to recognize the horror of what awaits me there. I am still myself enough to run, to hide, to fight against the crimson pulse that beats in synchronization with my own heart. God help me. I can hear it even now. Thump, 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 thump. Growing closer with each beat. I remember the first time I realized something was wrong. And it wasn't just the fading light bulb overhead or the creaking floorboards that reverberated long after I stood still. It was the hush in the corridor, too quiet, like the very air was holding its breath. Even before I started my nighttime tinkering, my pulse would pick up speed as soon as I stepped into that hallway, as though I were trespassing on a territory not meant for me. The gloom seemed thicker there, and every so often I thought I heard a faint scraping sound, like fingernails on concrete. My skin would prickle, the hair on my arms standing upright. In those moments, I fought the urge to turn back to my room and lock the door. Instead, I'd grit my teeth, take a couple of shaky breaths, and keep going. My project, an intricate scale model of a futuristic spacecraft, was supposed to distract me from stress. There was something oddly soothing about arranging tiny plastic pieces into a greater whole, following a blueprint of fine, precise lines. Yet, from the start, one particular piece, a small wedge-shaped block, refused to cooperate. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it always seemed to slip from my fingers. At the worst times, it would fall silently onto the desk, then roll across it in a mocking dance, continuing onto the floor. I'd scramble after it, crawling under furniture, only to find it resting a few inches from the corridor leading out of my workshop. I tried ignoring the sense of unease creeping up my spine whenever that piece escaped from my hands. It felt like it wanted to be somewhere else. Late one night, while the house was dark and silent, I heard a loud tap against the wall. My heart lurched. With each step through the hallway, my breath grew shallow, and the sweat on my palms made my flashlight slippery. I found that same wedge piece on the floor, right at the threshold of the corridor, as though it had been thrown with some velocity from within the dark. I picked it up, my hand trembling, and placed it back on the desk. That was when I noticed the time, 2 a.m. exactly. I didn't read too much into it initially, but I did feel an unwelcome flutter in my stomach. Still, I went to bed, hoping the next day would be less unsettling. Over the following days, I continued working on the model. The wedge piece stayed where it was supposed to, at least until I was nearly finished assembling the entire craft. I had the hull, the wings, the tiny propulsion units, all placed with delicate care. Then, at about 2 a.m. one night, I heard another distinct noise from the corridor. A whoosh followed by a dull thud. When I ventured out, my senses were on high alert. Every shadow seemed alive, shifting in the dim glow of my flashlight. My chest felt constricted, as though my ribs were in a vice. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, each pulse a warning to retreat. But I stepped forward anyway. Suddenly, something small and hard struck my shoulder. A jolt of pain radiated down my arm, forcing me to drop the flashlight. It clattered on the floor, casting wild circles of light around the corridor. Walls. When I retrieved it, my breath ragged, I realized the projectile was the very wedge piece I'd inserted into the model earlier that evening. It had been launched at me from deep in the house. The digital watch on my wrist blinked 2 o'clock. My mouth went dry, and I had to choke back a startled cry. The hallway seemed to lengthen right before my eyes, stretching out like a tunnel that might never end. I retreated to the workshop, holding the wedge piece as though it might burst into flame in my hand. That was when I made a grim discovery. Every 3 hours, exactly at 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and so on, the piece was repeating its trajectory. If I put it back into the model, it would vanish without explanation, only to reappear on its own, flying aggressively at me. My entire body would tense each time, my heart hammering like a drum in my chest. The anxiety built steadily, spreading cold sweat across my forehead and down my back. I set up cameras around the workshop and in the corridor, hoping to catch the piece in action. But each time I reviewed the footage, all I would see was a blur, a quick flicker, and then the piece would be gone. At first, I tried to deny the sense of dread gnawing at my gut. The footage didn't help. It couldn't capture what I was experiencing in my bones, in the heaviness of the air around me. The piece wasn't simply falling. It was moving with purpose, as if driven by some will of its own. It mocked me with its ability to disappear and reappear, like a living thing toying with its prey. I was at its mercy. In my desperation, I started placing the wedge piece in the most obscure places, tucked under cushions, locked in drawers, hidden deep within the folds of fabric. Each time I thought I had outsmarted it, it would find its way back to me, hurtling through the air with uncanny accuracy. At times, I wondered if it had become an extension of the house itself. The sensation of being watched never left. Every corner, every shadow in my home felt alive, as though the walls themselves were observing me, learning my every move. I couldn't escape it. I could no longer tell if I was still in control of my surroundings or if they had taken control of me. But by the third day, exhaustion was overwhelming me. I was terrified of being in that corridor alone at night. The floorboards would squeak behind me even when I stood still. And I was beginning to hear faint mechanical sounds, like grinding gears in the distance, even though there was no machinery in that part of the house. My nights became restless. I could feel the pounding of my heart deep in my ears. Sometimes, so intense it drowned out the faint hum of the air conditioner. And always, I would jolt awake at the top of each 3-hour mark, expecting another impact. The anticipation was unbearable. Like a clock counting down to something inevitable, something I couldn't escape. Eventually, I decided to confront it. I figured if the wedge piece was determined to break free, I should try fitting it back one final time in precisely the right spot, with heavy glue or maybe some extra bonding method. Maybe that would stop it. Maybe I could regain some control over the situation. So, just after midnight, I rose from my makeshift bed in the workshop. My limbs felt shaky, weighed down by days of poor sleep. The model rested on the desk, looking perfectly normal, aside from the missing wedge that was now in my hand. Radiating a chill I could almost feel through the plastic. With careful, trembling fingers, I applied an industrial-strength adhesive along its edges and slotted it back into the main body of the spacecraft. For a few minutes, nothing happened. I stood there waiting, while my breathing made the only sound in the room. Then, an ominous vibration coursed through the model. One by one, the other pieces, the fuselage, wings, thrusters, began popping off. Tiny decorative thrusters began popping off as if repelled by a powerful force at the model's core. They didn't just scatter across the desk. They swirled in the air around that stubborn wedge piece, rotating like satellites caught in orbit. My throat felt constricted, and my scalp tingled with an electrifying terror. 1,000 urgent thoughts clawed at my brain. This isn't possible. I must be hallucinating. Yet, there it was, right in front of me. An entire miniature spacecraft, disassembling on its own. The pieces spun in the air, clacking into one another with mechanical precision. They formed a peculiar arrow shape pointing toward the attic door. I had never ventured up into the attic at such a late hour. Even during the day, it was a cramped, dusty place that made me claustrophobic. But when I saw that swirling arrow of plastic parts, I couldn't ignore the horrifying invitation. My heart hammered so forcefully in my chest that each beat sent a tremor down my arms. My legs felt like lead as I slowly climbed the narrow steps. The attic was even darker than the corridor, and the air had a stale, suffocating taste. For a few minutes, nothing happened. I stood there waiting, my breath echoing in the silence. The air in the room felt strangely heavy, like a storm about to break. Then, without warning, an ominous vibration coursed through the model. One by one, the other pieces, the fuselage, wings, thrusters, began popping off, as if repelled by an unseen force at the model's core. They didn't just scatter across the desk. They swirled in the air around the wedge piece, rotating like planets caught in orbit, as if the model had a gravitational pull of its own. My throat constricted, and a creeping chill spread through my limbs. This wasn't real. I must be hallucinating, I told myself. But I couldn't look away. The pieces moved with a terrifying precision. They weren't just plastic, they felt alive. It was too much to process. But there it was, an entire miniature spacecraft disassembling itself in midair. The parts spun around the wedge, forming a shape. A strange, unnatural arrow, pointing toward the attic door. My heart hammered in my chest. My body screamed at me to run, but I was rooted to the spot. The longer I stood there, the more I realized the house was drawing me in. I wasn't just witnessing an event. I was part of it now. I had never ventured into the attic at night, even during the day. It felt like an oppressive space, too narrow, too claustrophobic. The smell of dust and decay hung in the air like a permanent fixture. But when I saw the swirling arrow of parts, I knew I had no choice. It was an invitation, a beckoning from the very heart of the house. My heart raced as I slowly made my way up the narrow, creaking steps. The hallway felt unnaturally long, like the house itself was stretching, reaching for me. The attic door loomed in front of me, dark and foreboding. The closer I got, the colder the air became. My breath came in visible puffs, as if I were stepping into a frozen void. I sensed movement in the corners of my vision, but when I shone the flashlight, there was nothing. The air grew thicker with every step, the faint hiss of something unseen echoing in the rafters. The metallic tang of something burning filled my nose. I tried to steady my breathing, but it only grew faster, shallow. The noise, a mechanical, grinding sound, grew louder, closer. Something was waiting for me. I didn't know what, but I knew it wasn't human. When I reached the center of the attic, I realized I wasn't alone. The wedge piece, now scaled to the size of a small car, stood in the corner, casting a faint red glow. My flashlight flickered as though the very air around me was charged with energy. It wasn't just an object. It pulsed, like a heartbeat. I moved closer, drawn by an unnatural force. The smell in the room shifted, now metallic, sharp, like overheated wiring. My stomach churned. Something primal in me screamed to run, but I couldn't. I had to know. When I touched it, I wasn't prepared for what happened next. A surge of cold electricity shot up my arm, numbing me from the inside out. My vision blurred as the light in the room flickered, then went dark. The sensation of something foreign lodged within me was too real, too tangible. My mind. It was alive. Alive in a way that defied logic. Then, I heard it. A grinding noise inside my head, as if gears were turning, reshaping my thoughts, distorting everything I knew about reality. Pain shot through my spine, sharp and white-hot. My back arched, and I felt as though something was being rearranged inside me. Like my bones were shifting. I gasped, collapsing to the floor as my body trembled violently. The pain subsided, leaving only a dull ache in my back. But something inside me had changed. I was no longer sure where my body ended and the house began. My fingers shook as I touched my back. There was a strange stiffness, like a mechanical pivot. A foreign sensation where my vertebrae used to be. I couldn't move as fluidly. Something inside me was different. The wedge piece was silent now. The eerie glow fading, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still alive. Still watching me. My body felt foreign, and the weight of something heavy and old pressed against my chest. The attic was darker now, and as I turned, my flashlight caught the shadows of what was once a forgotten space. Old furniture, dusty boxes, and something worse, scattered around the base of the massive wedge piece were other fragments, pieces of mechanical organs fused together by some unknown process. Twisted metal, melted plastic, and hardware shaped into grotesque, biological structures. It was as if something alive had been stitched together, and I was standing in the middle of it. My legs shook as I retreated, my heartbeat deafening in my ears. I couldn't look away, even though everything in me screamed to run. But the fear kept me rooted. As I backed away, the pieces seemed to shift, almost alive, almost waiting for me to make a choice. I could leave. I could run. But the house was calling me, beckoning me back. The line between the living and the unnatural had been crossed, and I was part of it now. The words came out jumbled, as if I were speaking through a veil of fog. I told her I had discovered something strange in the attic. A piece of an old model I had been working on, and that it had somehow affected me. She didn't press for details, but there was a flicker of doubt in her eyes that I couldn't ignore. I knew she didn't believe me, and in a way, I didn't blame her. I could hardly believe it myself. But as the days passed, the weight of the wedge piece became unbearable. I would wake up, feeling like I was being pulled deeper into a nightmare. The sensation of something foreign lodged within me was too real, too tangible. And sometimes, when I closed my eyes, I saw the glowing pulse of the wedge beneath my skin, moving like an alien heart in perfect synchrony with my own. The more I tried to ignore it, the more I became aware of how much it had changed me. The pain, the stiffness, the strange new rhythm of my body. Each moment was a reminder that whatever I had encountered in the attic was not finished with me. It had marked me, and I was powerless to erase it. One night, unable to sleep, I found myself wandering through the house. It was late, the silence almost deafening. As I walked past the door to the attic, I felt an irresistible pull, as though the wedge piece was calling to me. My hand reached out involuntarily, gripping the doorknob, and for a moment, I stood frozen, listening to the faint hum in the walls. The same hum that had been present since that night in the attic. Slowly, I pushed the door open. The attic was as dark and foreboding as before. But now, there was something different. The air felt heavier. Like the house itself was holding its breath. The wedge piece was still there, glowing faintly in the corner, but now, it seemed alive. It pulsed with a rhythm that wasn't just the heartbeat of the object, but of the house itself. A chill ran down my spine as I stepped into the attic. The flashlight flickered again, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. I couldn't explain why I was compelled to walk toward the wedge piece, but my feet moved as if they had a mind of their own. As I approached, the hum grew louder, almost deafening. The object pulsed in time with the beating in my chest, like it had synchronized with me, becoming part of me. Then, as if it were aware of my presence, the piece began to shift. It moved on its own, an impossible motion for an inanimate object. I stood frozen, my body numb with terror as it glided across the floor towards me. The closer it came, the stronger the pressure in my chest became. As if the very air around me was growing thick with something unexplainable. When it reached me, the glow intensified, casting everything around it in an eerie red light. My hand, almost of its own accord, reached out toward the piece. As soon as my fingers brushed against it, the world seemed to shatter. The attic, the house, the very fabric of reality seemed to twist, and I was thrust into a vision. I found myself standing in a place that wasn't the attic, nor my house. I was in a vast, dark expanse, with no clear direction or sense of time. The only thing that existed was the wedge piece, now impossibly large, floating before me. It pulsed with an ancient, rhythmic energy that I could feel deep within my bones. Around me, there were shadows, dark figures moving just beyond my sight. They whispered in a language that felt foreign yet somehow familiar. The words they spoke twisted through my mind like a puzzle. But the more I listened, the more my own thoughts seemed to fade. The wedge piece, I realized, was not just a physical object. It was a conduit, a gateway to something far older, far more powerful than I had ever imagined. In the distance, I could make out the vague outline of something immense, an entity, perhaps, or a force of nature. It seemed to be watching me, waiting. And as the wedge pulsed in the air, I felt its pull. Its power drawing me toward it, as if it were calling me home. My chest tightened, and I stood frozen, caught between the pull of the darkness. I tried to tear myself away, but it felt as if the very fabric of my existence was being torn apart. The shadows closed in around me, their whispers growing louder. The wedge was no longer just an object. It had become a part of me. I could feel it deep in my bones, blurred, and there was no escape. I awoke in a cold sweat, back in the attic, my hand still resting on the wedge piece. The glow had dimmed, but the sensation of its presence lingered, heavy and suffocating. The house was silent once again, but I knew it wasn't over. I could feel it, it was waiting. But then, out of the corner of my eye, something shifted. It was barely noticeable, a faint flicker of movement in the far corner of the attic. My heart skipped a beat, and I turned sharply, flashlight trembling in my hands. There, half hidden behind a stack of boxes, was a small, familiar piece of the model, just one, lying abandoned as if discarded. I approached it cautiously, half expecting it to leap up and start spinning again, but it remained motionless, inert. A cold feeling crawled up my spine, and I picked it up with trembling hands. As I did, the air around me grew unnaturally still. The once familiar scent of old wood and dust now carried something sharper, a metallic tang, like burning wires. The piece felt heavier than it should have. Too dense. As if it had absorbed more than just physical weight. My stomach churned, and the realization hit me hard. The wedge piece wasn't merely a part of the model anymore. It had become a part of me. I could feel it deep in my bones. A foreign presence buried within me. My hand shook as I set the piece down, its weight feeling like it was pressing directly against my chest. The silence in the attic became unbearable. I scanned the room again. More slowly this time. Every shadow seemed deeper, more oppressive. The walls felt like they were closing in on me, and the floor beneath my feet seemed to hum faintly, as if alive with some unseen force. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs were rooted to the spot. That's when I heard it, a faint, mechanical whirring, distant but unmistakable. It echoed through the floorboards beneath me, then surged upwards, vibrating in my chest. My blood ran cold as the sound grew louder. The wedge piece. It was calling to me, or maybe it was feeding on me, pulling me deeper into its unnatural grasp. I rushed down the attic stairs, panic surging through me. Each step felt heavier, as though the weight of the house itself was dragging me back, holding me in place. When I reached the hallway below, I was almost out of breath. I couldn't escape. Not anymore. The house was alive now. Every creak of the floorboards, every shift in the shadows, felt like it was orchestrated by some unseen force. My body ached, my mind fractured by exhaustion and terror. I stumbled toward the kitchen, only to stop dead in my tracks. The flashing lights from the workshop caught my attention. The model. It was reassembling itself. The pieces floated, suspended in the air, rotating around the damn wedge piece like planets caught in orbit. This wasn't just some trick of the light or my mind. The model was alive. The wedge was controlling it, pulling it together, piece by piece. And now, it was coming for me. I knew I had to do something. But my body felt paralyzed, my hands shaking uncontrollably as I reached for the nearest object, a kitchen knife. But as my fingers closed around the handle, a sickening sense of futility washed over me. What could I do? This was beyond anything I could fight. The whirring grew louder, more urgent. And the pieces of the model began to take shape faster. It wasn't just a spacecraft anymore. The pieces had morphed, shifting, blending together in strange, grotesque configurations. The final shape was becoming clear, something unnatural. Something monstrous. It was no longer a model, it was a creature, a living entity created from plastic, metal, and something darker. In that moment, the floor beneath me groaned as though the house itself was ready to crumble. The walls pulsed like lungs, breathing in and out in time with the hum. The shadows twisted and shifted, and I realized it had been waiting for me all along. The house, the model, the wedge, it had all been leading to this. I heard a noise behind me, a soft creaking, but when I turned, nothing was there. The fear that had been building inside me was no longer just a feeling, it was a presence. It was inside me now, weaving itself into the very fabric of my existence. The wedge, the model, the house. They had become part of me. The final piece locked into place, and the creature, now fully formed, rose from the table. Its eyes, if you could call them that, glowed faintly, like the red pulse of a dying star. I took a step back, my breath shallow, my heart pounding in my chest. There was no escaping this. The confrontation had already begun. As the creature advanced toward me, I realized something. It wasn't just the house that had changed. I had changed, too. The wedge had merged with me, reshaping not just my body but my very soul. And now, it was time for me to face whatever consequences awaited. The house, the wedge, the creature, they were all connected. And they were going to take me with them. The days blended together. A cycle of paranoia and unease. Every time I walked through the corridor, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The silence in the house had taken on an oppressive quality. Thick and suffocating, as though the walls themselves were waiting for something. I often found myself reaching behind me, tracing the outline of my spine with trembling fingers, half expecting to feel something unnatural beneath the skin, like the wedge had merged with me. Some nights, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the inevitable sound, the clicking, the faint whir of mechanical gears. It never came, but I was never truly alone. The house felt like a ticking clock, counting down to something I couldn't predict. The air was colder now, even when the heater ran. And I could hear the hum of electricity in the walls, more pronounced than ever before. It was like the house itself was alive, feeding off my fear, responding to it in subtle ways. I started avoiding the workshop entirely. The thought of sitting in front of that unfinished model, knowing it had once come alive in ways I couldn't comprehend, filled me with dread. But there were moments, fleeting ones, when I found myself drawn to the desk, the faintest whisper of curiosity urging me to finish what I had started. Yet every time I reached for the pieces, my hand would tremble, and I would retreat, unable to shake the feeling that the wedge would return, dragging me deeper into its thrall. The silence persisted. The house seemed to be holding its breath, as if it was waiting for something to break. And then one night, just as I was about to fall asleep, I felt it, a pulse, soft at first, like the beat of a distant heart. My body froze, and for a moment, I thought I was imagining it. But no, it was real. The pulse was in my spine, in my bones, and I felt it reverberating through my entire body. It was faint, like the echo of something far, far away, but it was there. And it was calling me. I stood up, shaking, and walked toward the workshop. I didn't know why, but something compelled me to go. The air grew heavier with each passing second. The shadows in the room seemed, the more the pulse intensified. I felt as though I was being drawn toward it, like a moth to a flame. When I reached the desk, I hesitated. The pieces were still scattered there, but the wedge, it was gone. My heart sank. The room spun around me as panic surged through my veins. I scanned the room, looking for any sign of movement, any trace of the piece. And then I saw it, a faint red glow, flickering in the corner. My breath caught in my throat. I knew I should run, but my legs felt like lead. The wedge was back, pulsating in the shadows, and this time, it wasn't just a piece of plastic. It had grown, morphed into something darker, more sinister. My spine tingled with an unsettling awareness as I realized that the wedge hadn't just returned, it had changed. It was alive, breathing in the darkness, feeding off the fear it had stirred in me. And it wanted something. Something more than I could give. The pulse in my spine grew stronger, more insistent, as though it was merging with me, becoming a part of me once again. I reached out, unable to stop myself, and touched the wedge. The moment my fingers made contact, a surge of energy shot through me, and the world went black. When I woke, I was lying on the floor of the workshop, disoriented and drenched in sweat. My heart raced as I struggled to sit up. The pulse was gone, but the room still felt heavy, charged with an unnatural energy. I turned to look at the desk, but the wedge was no longer there. It had vanished once again. But this time, I knew it wasn't over. The wedge had marked me, and I could feel it deep within me. It was waiting, lurking, biding its time. And I couldn't escape it. Not now. Not ever. The wedge was a part of me now, a dark presence that would always be with me, waiting to resurface when I least expected it. I could feel the weight of the words pressing down on me. Room. The glowing fragments, like tiny, insistent eyes, followed me wherever I moved. I backed away, my heart hammering in my chest, trying to ignore the whispers that seemed to come from the dust itself. But they grew louder, pressing against my thoughts, forcing me to confront what I had avoided for so long. Failure. Fear. Loneliness. The words danced on the shards, flashing in quick succession as if mocking my resistance. I could no longer escape the weight of the message they carried. A sickening realization gripped me. These weren't just random phrases. They were reflections of the parts of myself I had buried. Parts one thought I could ignore, parts one thought I could outrun. My legs shook as I stepped forward, drawn by an invisible force. My mind screaming at me to leave, to shut the door, to lock everything out. But I couldn't. I bent down, unable to stop myself, and gently scooped a handful of the glass fragments into my palm. The sharp edges pricked my skin, but I barely noticed. They glowed more intensely, and the words formed once again. Clearer than ever before, talk. Talk about what you avoid. The command was unbearable. My entire body seemed to constrict, as if the walls themselves were closing in, forcing me into a confrontation I wasn't ready for. I had spent so many years hiding from my own vulnerability, from my fears and the trauma that clung to the edges of my past. I had become an expert at avoiding the things that hurt, the things that made me feel small and helpless. Why now? I thought, my mind racing. Why this? Why here? I hadn't asked for this. I hadn't asked for the light bulbs to explode, or the shards to spill out and demand answers from me. I hadn't asked for the growing sense of dread that followed me, seeping into every corner of my life, tainting the mundane with an inescapable sense of impending doom. I could feel it then, the presence. Something watching me, something old and heavy, lingering in the shadows. It wasn't just the shattered bulbs. It wasn't just the words. It was something else, something unseen, yet undeniably close. The pieces of glass, glowing with an eerie intensity, began to shift in my palm. They twisted and curled, vibrating with a low hum. The pressure in the air was palpable, thick with a sense of impending change. And then, as if on cue, the house shifted. The air around me became heavier, denser, as though it was absorbing the energy, the tension I had created. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in rhythm with my own strained breaths. I had reached a breaking point. There was no escaping it now. The house had already claimed me, and it had found its way into my soul, forcing me to face what I had avoided for so long. Talk. Open up. The words pressed down on me with an intensity that felt like a weight pressing on my chest. My throat tightened, and for a moment, I thought I might suffocate. The room swirled around me, each shadow longer, darker, and more tangible than it had ever been before. The glass shards on the floor seemed to pulse with life, as if they were breathing with me. I was no longer just in my hallway. The space had shifted, expanded. And now I was standing in a vast, endless void, surrounded by a blackness so deep that even the faint glow of the shards couldn't penetrate it. In the distance, I could hear whispers, like a crowd of people all speaking at once. Their voices were muffled, but they carried a weight. A warning that sent a chill down my spine. You cannot run. I staggered back, my mind unraveling. The words swirled around me, louder now. Almost deafening. It was as though the entire house was speaking to me. Pleading, demanding that I open up, that I confront everything I had locked away. The darkness pressed closer, threatening to swallow me whole. And yet, I knew that if I stayed still, if I faced it head-on, I might find the answers I had been searching for all along. The room snapped back into focus. I was still standing in the corridor. The glass shards at my feet now motionless. The silence that followed was suffocating, and I could feel the weight of the house's gaze upon me. It wasn't over. It would never be over. But I was no longer afraid to speak. I will talk. The words formed on my lips, trembling but real. I would confront this, no matter the cost. I took a step forward. My heart racing, and for the first time, I allowed myself to face the truth. Whatever it was that awaited me in the darkness, whatever had taken root in my house, in my soul, I would not run from it anymore. As I moved through the corridor, the once oppressive silence began to lift, replaced by a hum of anticipation, like a door creaking open in the dark. The air shifted, lighter now, as if the house itself was waiting to hear what I had to say. The walls seemed to breathe with me, the house finally listening. And with that, I began to speak. I could hardly breathe, my body trembling with the intensity of what was happening. The pulsing light seemed to surround me, its glow becoming blinding as the rhythm of my heartbeat synced with its frantic flickering. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it was no use. The sound, or lack thereof, seemed to vibrate in my bones. The silence in the hallway was thick, suffocating, as if the house itself was holding its breath along with me. Every muscle in my body screamed to flee, but my legs refused to move. As if frozen by some unseen force. I could feel the weight of the house pressing in, the walls shifting closer, the ceiling lowering. The pulsing light felt like a heartbeat, one that was not my own, but something ancient and powerful, watching me, waiting for me to make my next move. The thought of canceling the appointment was no longer just a passing idea. It was an overwhelming compulsion, a decision that seemed to be made for me. But the lamp pulsed harder, faster, and I realized that in that moment. It wasn't just the light anymore. It was everything. This house, this space, this dark force had been with me for far longer than I'd realized. It had been feeding on my fears, my reluctance, my procrastination. My mind raced, but it felt like it was moving through thick sludge. The idea of calling the therapist and canceling was unbearable now. The light wasn't just flashing faster, it was almost demanding my submission. My pulse thudded in my chest, the force of it echoing through my entire body. Each beat felt like it was resonating with the energy of the house. A house that had become a living, breathing entity, feeding off my weakness. I stepped back, the fear almost paralyzing. My legs finally worked, though awkwardly, like they were betraying me, dragging me toward the door. I didn't dare turn my back on the light. It was as though, in that moment, if I were to give it a chance to catch me unaware, it would have its way with me entirely. It was suffocating, its pulse drowning out everything else. My vision swam as the room seemed to tilt, the walls warping, bending. As I stumbled out of the hallway, I felt an odd sense of weightlessness. As if the space around me had shifted into something unfamiliar. The hallway, the light, the whole house, everything felt wrong. The normal sounds, the creaks of the floorboards and the faint hum of the refrigerator, had fallen away. Now, everything was just quiet, eerily quiet. Except for the echo of my heartbeat in the back of my mind. I found myself standing in the living room, the air heavy, thick with a pressure I couldn't describe. The weight of the house was pressing down on me, the very foundation of it vibrating beneath my feet. I reached for my phone, my hands shaking as I tried to dial the therapist's number, but the screen kept flickering, the numbers becoming illegible. The touch of my fingers not registering. I felt like I was losing grip on reality, like I was becoming disconnected from everything I once knew. As the seconds stretched into what felt like eternity, I realized with horrifying clarity that the house was not just reacting to my reluctance to seek help, it was manipulating me. The flashing light, the glass fragments, the silence, the pressure in my chest. All of it had been building to this moment. This was no longer about simply avoiding therapy. This was about something far deeper, a dark, insidious force that had taken root in my life, feeding off my deepest fears. And now, it was controlling me. I sank to the couch, my hands clutching the fabric as the house seemed to draw even closer. It was suffocating now, the air thick and oppressive, pressing down on me like a weight I couldn't escape. The pulse in my chest grew louder, faster, its rhythm matching the pounding in my head. It was only a matter of time before it consumed me completely. But something inside me refused to surrender, not yet. With the last of my strength, I stood and made my way to the front door. I had to escape. I had to leave. But the door wouldn't open. I pulled and tugged, but the handle was stuck, the metal cold against my palm. A low hum filled the air, rising in pitch until it was unbearable. The house was laughing at me. It had always known I would try to escape. It had always known I would fail. In that moment, I realized that no matter how hard I tried to fight, I was already lost. This house, this thing, had claimed me. It had infiltrated my life, my mind, and now it was going to claim my very soul. And I was powerless to stop it. I tried to focus on the receptionist's calm voice as she handed me a clipboard with forms to fill out, but my hands were trembling so violently that I could hardly hold the pen. I kept glancing at the overhead lights, expecting one of them to flicker or pop, but they remained still. That quiet, oppressive silence followed me even here. An ever-present reminder of the dark force lurking just beneath the surface of my reality. I finally took a seat in the waiting area, trying to steady my breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Anxiety twisted in on itself, spiraling deeper with each passing minute. I thought I saw shadows move in the corners of my eyes, fleeting glimpses of something watching me. I forced myself to focus, to ignore the creeping dread that made my skin crawl. The door to the therapist's office opened, and a woman in her mid-40s with kind eyes and a welcoming smile gestured for me to come in. I stood, my legs feeling like they might give way beneath me. I walked toward her, every step heavy, every movement deliberate, as if I were being pulled into the unknown. As I entered the room, I couldn't shake the sensation that something was off. The walls were lined with bookshelves, the faint scent of herbal tea in the air. But the room felt cramped, suffocating. The windows were covered by thick curtains, and the soft hum of the air conditioner filled the silence. It was too quiet. Almost like the room was holding its breath, just like me. I sat down on the plush chair across from the therapist, trying to ignore the way the light seemed to shimmer unnaturally in the room. Her smile never wavered as she introduced herself and asked me to begin. The moment her voice reached me, I felt that pulse, that relentless rhythm from the hallway, echo in my chest. My heart skipped a beat, matching the rhythm of the light. And I realized with a horrifying clarity that I wasn't just afraid of what was happening in my house, I was afraid of what had already become a part of me. I began talking, but the words felt hollow, disconnected. I told her about my anxiety, my nightmares, the shattered light bulbs, and the mysterious pieces in the hallway, but it was as if the words were coming from someone else. She nodded attentively, taking notes. But her eyes flickered toward the ceiling just once, and I saw it, a brief, almost imperceptible flicker in the overhead light. My heart stopped. The pulse was back. It was no longer confined to the house. No longer a mere presence in the hallway. It was inside me, syncing with my heartbeat, with every breath I took. I tried to steady myself, but the more I focused on it, the stronger it became. Until the rhythm filled every corner of my mind. I could feel my body responding to it, as if my muscles, my bones, my very essence were shifting, adjusting to some unseen force that was slowly taking root inside me. I stopped mid-sentence, unable to continue. The therapist's concern expression only heightened the growing sense of dread in my chest. I wanted to leave, to flee from the room, from the pulse, from the terrifying reality that was closing in on me. But I couldn't move. My body felt trapped, frozen in place by some invisible weight. The therapist asked if I was okay, her voice distant, as though it were coming from underwater. I barely heard her. All I could hear was the pulse, louder now, faster. My breath caught in my throat. I knew I should run, but my legs felt like lead. The lights flickered again, this time more intensely. And the air grew thick with an oppressive pressure that made it difficult to breathe. I could feel the edges of reality slipping away, and I realized this was not just in my mind. This was something real, something alive. The ground beneath me seemed to shift. I gripped the armrests of the chair, my knuckles white, as I fought to keep my composure. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape. But all I saw were the walls, closing in. The therapist was still speaking, but her words were drowned out by the pulse that now reverberated through my entire body, as if the house, the light, and the air itself had become an extension of the dark force controlling me. In that moment, I understood. This was not just a house, not just a place filled with strange occurrences. It was a gate, a threshold between worlds. And whatever was on the other side was no longer content to stay hidden. It was here, inside me, manipulating my every thought, every feeling. The realization struck me with the force of a blow. I wasn't just haunted by the house. I was becoming part of it. I needed to escape. I had to get out of that room, out of that house, away from the pulse. But as I stood, a sharp pain shot through my spine, and I froze, clutching the back of the chair for support. It was as though something deep inside me was twisting, reshaping itself, and in that moment, I knew it was too late. The door behind me opened, but I couldn't move. I was trapped, not by walls, not by doors, but by something far worse, a force that had been inside me all along, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. I turned, but before I could take a step, I felt the pulse quicken, its rhythm matching my frantic heartbeat. The house had claimed me, and I was no longer sure where it ended and I began. As the weeks passed, the sessions with the therapist became a tenuous anchor, a fragile thread in a sea of creeping dread. The hallway lamps pulsing had grown more insistent. Every time I hesitated, every time I felt the impulse to retreat from this uncharted territory, it flashed brighter, harder, faster. The light seemed to judge me, to measure my every emotional fluctuation, amplifying my anxieties with mechanical precision. The therapy sessions felt less like healing and more like a cage. I began to notice other oddities in the house. At night, the shadows no longer remained static. They moved with purpose, creeping along the walls as if searching for something. Sometimes they seemed to ripple, as if the house itself was alive, breathing in sync with my thoughts. I'd close my eyes to rest, and in the darkness, I could hear faint whispers, like a distant conversation. Too muffled to comprehend, but close enough to send a chill down my spine. I started locking the door to the corridor at night, hoping that would quell the rising terror. But no matter how tightly I shut it, I could feel the weight of the words pressing down on me. It wasn't just the light anymore. It was everything. The house had become a living entity, its pulse in sync with mine. Its breath a constant companion in the back of my mind. One evening, after a particularly draining session with the therapist, I returned home to find the air thick with an oppressive silence. I hesitated at the door, unsure whether to enter. The pulse of the lamp seemed to grow louder in my chest, beating in time with my heart. I could feel the house waiting for me, as if it knew I would return. As if it had been expecting this moment all along. I stepped inside. The door creaking shut behind me, and immediately, the temperature dropped. The chill was biting, sharp, as though the house itself was exhaling a frozen breath. I glanced down the corridor, half expecting to see the lamp flickering. But it was still. The silence was deafening. But that stillness was worse than the usual rhythmic pulse. It was as if something was holding its breath, waiting for me to make the next move. My eyes fell on the floor, where the shadows had begun to stretch unnaturally. They reached toward me, elongating with every passing second, their edges curling like tendrils, grasping at the air. A low hum started to build in the room, barely perceptible at first but growing in intensity. My throat tightened, and I felt that same familiar mechanical pressure at the back of my neck, as if something was watching, waiting, judging me. I turned away, attempting to shake off the growing terror. But the shadows followed, just out of sight, like a dark reflection of my every movement. I hurried to the living room, desperate to escape the corridor. But the moment I stepped through the door, I froze. The temperature had plummeted further, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. There, on the couch, was a figure. It was vague at first. Just a shape, indistinct and flickering at the edges of my vision. But as I stepped closer, I saw it clearly, an outline of a person, sitting motionless. My breath caught in my throat. It was as if the shadows had taken form. It was me. My reflection, no, not a reflection. But something far worse was sitting there, still as stone. Its eyes were empty, dark voids, and as I looked into them, I felt a pull. An irresistible force, as if something was drawing me toward it. The air around me seemed to hum with a low vibration. I reached out, trembling, as if in a trance, unable to pull myself away. Just as my fingers brushed the edge of the figure's shoulder, it turned toward me, its face a blank canvas of emptiness. A cold, sharp pain shot through my chest, and I staggered backward, gasping for air. The house seemed to vibrate, its walls groaning under the weight of some unseen presence. The shadows around me swelled, filling the room with a sense of impending doom. I couldn't breathe. My heart pounded in my ears, louder than the pounding of the house itself. The figure stood, its movements jerky, unnatural, like a puppet controlled by strings. As it advanced toward me, I felt my body freeze, every muscle locked in place. It spoke, its voice not human, but a guttural sound that vibrated through my very bones. You are mine. I struggled to speak, to scream, but my voice was trapped, muffled by the overwhelming weight of terror pressing down on me. My body refused to move, my legs shaking as if made of stone. The shadows were all around me now, encroaching, smothering me in a blanket of darkness. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. I collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, my body drenched in sweat. The house was silent again, but it wasn't the same silence. It was thick, suffocating, as if the air itself was alive with malice. I tried to stand, but the weight of what I had just experienced lingered, like an invisible shackle. The lamp in the hallway flickered once, then went out. I stood frozen, unsure if it was a sign of reprieve or just another chapter in whatever nightmare had begun to unfold within these walls. The lamp flickered once, almost as if in response to my thoughts. My chest tightened, and I stood frozen, caught between the pull of the darkness and the sliver of light that seemed to reach out to me. The familiar hum of the light filled the silence, a constant companion that had become as much a part of the house as the walls themselves. My breath came in shallow gasps, and the air around me seemed to thicken, as if the very space was closing in. I stepped forward, my legs heavy, as though the weight of my own fear had sunk deep into the floorboards. Each movement felt deliberate, too slow, and yet every inch seemed like a battle. As I crossed the threshold of the corridor, the temperature dropped, and I could hear the low creak of the floor beneath me. I glanced back, half expecting to see the shadows moving again, sliding across the walls, but there was only the steady pulse of the lamp. The air smelled faintly of dust and the sharp tang of metal, an odor I had grown used to in the weeks that had passed since the first flickers of strange events. But now, it was stronger, more oppressive, as though the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something into it. I reached out, fingers brushing the wall, and for a moment, I felt a faint vibration. A hum, low and almost imperceptible, but undeniably there. My heart raced again, the rhythm matching the lamp's pulsing light. I felt its pull, as if it was calling me forward, urging me to step deeper into the unknown. I hesitated, a single terrible thought worming its way into my mind. What if the house, the lamp, this entire place wasn't just haunted by the things I couldn't see, but by the parts of myself I refused to acknowledge? The thought hit me like a slap, and suddenly, everything felt clearer. The lamp wasn't just a monitor of my pulse, it was a symbol of my fear. My avoidance, my reluctance to face the things that lurked in the shadows of my mind. Every time I had considered skipping therapy, it had pulsed harder. Every time I hesitated, the shadows moved closer, the whispers in the walls grew louder. The house wasn't just alive with energy. It was alive with my own repressed thoughts and emotions. The realization made my skin crawl. But at the same time, it sparked something within me, a flicker of understanding that I couldn't ignore. The only way to end this, to free myself from this oppressive force, was to confront it head-on, to face the parts of myself I had spent so long running from. The lamp, the shadows, the whispers, they were all manifestations of the guilt, the shame, the unresolved fear that had been quietly festering for years. I could feel my hands trembling as I reached for the lamp. The cold light bathed my face, casting long, unnatural shadows against the walls. My breath caught in my throat as the pulse quickened, matching my own heartbeat. And in that moment, I realized there was no escaping this. The confrontation had already begun. I shut my eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped closer to the lamp. The pulse slowed for a second, almost as if it was anticipating my decision. I reached out and touched the lamp. For a split second, nothing happened. Then, the world around me began to shift. The walls stretched. The shadows deepened, and the air thickened. The lamp flickered and hummed. Louder, the glow intensifying. I heard a voice, a whisper at first, then louder. Clearer. Talk about what you avoid observing. The words were unmistakable, echoing in the back of my mind. The same phrase that had been haunting me since this nightmare began. I felt a cold shiver crawl down my spine as the shadows around me seemed to pulse with life, closing in on me. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly, the walls bending and warping as if the house itself was swallowing me whole. But I couldn't look away. I couldn't retreat any longer. I had spent too long avoiding the truth. Too long living in fear. The lamp wasn't just a tool, it was a key. A key to unlocking the very things I had buried deep within myself. And now, it was demanding that I face them. You cannot escape. The voice whispered, its tone both mocking and sad. Not until you see what you've been running from. The darkness around me seemed to ripple, and I felt someone close behind me. The shadows danced and flickered, turning into shapes, forms, faces. The figures were distorted, twisted, but I knew what they were. They were the faces of my past, the regrets, the mistakes, the people I had hurt, the promises I had broken. They all reached for me, their hands stretching from the corners of the hallway. I stood still, overwhelmed by the realization that these shadows were not merely a supernatural force, they were my own. Every part of me that I had pushed away, denied, or ignored. All the parts of myself that I refused to face had taken shape in this house, in this corridor. And now, they were asking for reconciliation. My heart pounded against my chest as I took the first step toward the shadows. I knew what I had to do. To finally free myself, I had to acknowledge them all, the guilt, the fear, the shame. I had to face the parts of myself that I had spent years trying to outrun. Only then would the pulse of the lamp stop. Only then would the shadows recede. I took a deep breath and whispered into the air, I see you. And with that, the shadows slowly faded. The light in the hallway softened, and the oppressive weight that had held me in this house for so long began to lift. But even as the light returned to normal, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The house was no longer just a building, it was a living entity. And though the terror had subsided, I knew that the work wasn't over. The shadows would always be there, lurking in the corners, waiting for the next time I tried to avoid them. As I entered the room, I saw the blinds twitching ever so slightly, as if someone had tugged on the cords, but there was no one there. The sound stopped abruptly, leaving behind only the unnatural silence of the room. My first instinct was to dismiss it as a malfunction, a simple fluke of old wiring or a draft. But the way the blinds had moved so precisely, almost deliberately, made me feel uneasy. It felt like an unseen hand had tugged at them, shaking it off. I went about my renovation, fixing the creaking floors and painting the walls. But every time I passed the living room, the blinds would be in a different position. Sometimes they'd be slightly open, other times fully drawn. They seemed to shift without explanation. It was as if the house itself was watching me, adjusting things when I wasn't looking. As if trying to remind me that I wasn't in control here. As the days passed, I began noticing other oddities, small things at first, easy to brush off. The temperature in certain rooms would change drastically. One evening, I walked into the kitchen, and it was freezing cold. So cold that I could see my breath in the air. The next day, the room would be stiflingly hot, the air thick and heavy, as if the house itself was breathing with an unnatural rhythm. But it wasn't just the physical anomalies. It was a sense of being watched that settled heavily on my chest when I was alone. I'd catch myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing in the doorway, or hear faint whispers behind me, though I'd be the only one in the house. The eerie silence was broken only by the hum of the blinds, which now seemed to operate with a rhythm, as if they were following some pattern, responding to something or someone that I couldn't see. Then one night, it happened. I woke up to the sound of a loud bang coming from downstairs. My heart raced, and I lay still for a few moments, straining to listen. The noise echoed through the house, followed by a slow, deliberate creak as if someone was walking across the floor. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way down the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the silent house. The flashlight beam swept across the room, illuminating the furniture, the blinds still, But then, in the corner of the room, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The blinds were completely open, but not in the way they had been before. They were fully drawn up, revealing the darkened window behind them, and there, in the dim light, was a figure standing just beyond the glass. It was a silhouette, tall and shadowed, its features obscured by the darkness. Outside. I froze, my breath caught in my throat, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it could be heard. The figure remained motionless, watching, waiting. I took a cautious step forward, the beam of my flashlight trembling in my hand. But as I moved closer, the figure disappeared, melting into the dark landscape beyond the window. I rushed to the door, flinging it open. But the night air was still, empty. There was nothing out there. Just the rustling of trees and the soft sigh of the wind. My pulse was erratic, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I just seen. I stood there for what felt like an eternity. The cold night air biting at my skin. The silence that followed was suffocating. And yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just crossed the threshold of my new home, something that was no longer willing to stay hidden. That was the moment I realized the house was more than just a structure. It was alive with an energy I couldn't understand, and it wasn't willing to let me forget it. Over the following days, the strange occurrences intensified. The blinds continued their erratic movements, the temperature shifts became more pronounced, and the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The air around me seemed to hum with a low vibration, reverberated through the walls. It was as though the house was trying to communicate, trying to force me to acknowledge something that I had been ignoring. And then, I found it, a small piece of paper tucked into the back of one of the old cabinets, barely visible behind a stack of unused plates. It was a note, written in jagged handwriting that looked as if it had been scrawled in a hurry. The words were simple, but chilling, "Don't ignore it." At first, I thought it was just the remnants of a previous owner's warning. But now, with everything that had happened, it felt more like a message meant for me. That night, the house seemed to pulse with energy. The walls vibrating with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The blinds jerked open and closed violently, slamming against the window with a force that rattled the glass. A deep, guttural noise emanated from somewhere below the floorboards, a low growl that reverberated in my chest. I realized then that the house wasn't just haunted, it was feeding off me, drawing me into its own twisted rhythm, and I was helpless to stop it. I tried to leave the next morning, packing my bags. But as soon as I stepped out of the car, I knew something was wrong. The sky was too still, the wind too silent. It was as if the house had somehow reached out, keeping me trapped in its grip. I turned back, and there, in the distance, I saw the blinds again, moving on their own. The house wasn't going to let me leave. It had already decided that I belonged to it. Now, every day feels like a battle, as I try to reclaim control of my life and my home. The house watches, waits, and whispers. And I am caught in its grasp, unable to escape, unable to fully embrace the reality that I am no longer its inhabitant. I am part of it now. Part of its story, and I fear that no matter how hard I try, I will never be able to leave. The house has become a living extension of me, and I its unwilling tenant. The shard of glass seemed to glow faintly, as if it had absorbed the light from the mysterious sky itself. The edges were jagged, but the surface reflected the sun with unnerving clarity, as if it were not a simple piece of debris, but something intentionally placed. My stomach turned as I realized the shard was perfectly aligned with that ominous vertical tear in the sky, like a beacon or a lens focusing on something far beyond my understanding. I reached out instinctively to touch the shard. But as my fingers grazed its surface, a chill ran through my entire body. The air grew dense, almost suffocating, and I could feel a weight pressing against my chest. The shard, now cold to the touch, seemed to hum under my skin. A quiet vibration that resonated deep within my bones. For a moment, I swore I could hear distant voices, faint whispers carried on a breeze I couldn't feel, like something was trying to communicate with me through the glass. But before I could step back, the ground beneath my feet trembled. A low, rumbling sound echoed from beneath the house, vibrating the very foundation. The lights flickered above me, and I could hear a distant, almost mechanical thrum, like the hum of a massive engine firing up. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Was it the house settling? A plumbing issue? No. This was something else. I stumbled back, disoriented, my heart racing. As I turned to look back at the shard, it was no longer reflecting the sunset. Instead, the glass projected an image of an immense black void, swirling with dark, liquid-like tendrils that seemed to reach out toward me. The air grew colder, and a gust of wind blew through the veranda, extinguishing the nearby lights. For a moment, I stood in complete darkness, my breath quickening, feeling as though I had just glimpsed the entrance to a place that shouldn't exist. Panic surged within me. I could no longer deny it, this was no ordinary house, no simple renovation. Something unnatural had settled here, something that was using the house, the land, and perhaps even me, to manifest. The shard on the roof, the recurring images, the oppressive atmosphere, everything pointed to one conclusion. I was not alone in this place. As if in response to my mounting fear, the shard began to hum louder, and the ground trembled once more. A flicker of movement caught my eye. Through the darkness, a silhouette appeared, standing just beyond the veranda, bathed in the dim light of the strange shard. The figure was cloaked in shadows, its shape indistinct but unmistakably human. My breath caught in my throat. I knew I should run, but my legs felt like lead, my feet glued to the floor. The figure did not move, but I felt its gaze piercing through the shadows, locking onto me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. It wasn't just observing me, it was waiting. Waiting for me to understand, to acknowledge it, to accept its presence in the place I now called home. I finally managed to tear my gaze away and stumbled back inside the house. As I closed the door behind me, I heard a faint whisper on the wind, carried through the cracks in the door. The word was barely audible, but I could swear it was calling my name. It was the same word I had seen in the dust earlier, observaker. As the door clicked shut, I pressed my back against it, heart pounding in my chest, sweat beading on my forehead, as if the very fabric of reality around me had shifted. The sense of being watched intensified every time I went near the car. The house was no longer just a building, it was a living entity, with a will of its own, and it was pulling me deeper into its grasp. I had to leave. I knew it now. But as I turned to gather my things, something stopped me. The air grew thick again, the temperature dropping. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, and before I could move, the lights flickered once more. The shard outside, now glowing fiercely, cast strange shadows across the room. And then, to my horror, the door swung open of its own accord, as if inviting me to return. The whispering started again, louder this time, a chorus of voices calling from beyond the threshold. I didn't need to look back to know that the figure was still out there, waiting, watching. It wasn't going to let me leave. Not until I understood the meaning of observaker. My heart hammered in my chest as I stepped forward, compelled by something I couldn't explain. Each step felt heavier than the last, the floor groaning beneath me as if it, too, was alive, sharing in the anticipation. I was no longer the observer. I was the observed. And whatever waited outside that door, whatever had been unleashed by the shard, was pulling me into its dark embrace. His words hit me harder than I expected. He continued to explain that he had chalked it up to the heat and fatigue of the renovation work. But there was no mistaking the hesitation in his voice. He went on, explaining how he'd felt an odd pressure in the air. Like something was waiting, just beneath the surface. I swallowed hard, my pulse quickening as I realized he was confirming the very feeling I had tried to suppress for weeks. But then, he said something else. Something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. You know, he said, I wouldn't be surprised if the house had its own way of watching us. Just the vibe I get from the place. He glanced around the veranda nervously, his voice dropping lower. I've worked in old buildings like this before, ones with a certain presence. They don't like being ignored. I couldn't respond at first. It was as if my body had frozen, locking the words in my throat. Instead, I nodded, forcing a tight-lipped smile. The contractor had already begun his inspection of the roof, but I could feel his words lingering in the air, thick and suffocating. I excused myself shortly after, retreating back inside. I stood in the middle of the living room, the oppressive silence pressing in on me. The air was still, too still. For a moment, I thought I heard the faint hum of the blinds rising again. But when I turned to check, they remained motionless. The dust had settled on the windowsill, no new words formed. Yet the weight of the space was heavier than ever. I couldn't escape that sensation that something was building, something was waiting for me to make the wrong move, to push past a line I didn't even know existed. The longer I stayed in the house, the more it felt like the very walls were shifting, closing in slowly but surely. I paced the rooms, trying to ground myself in some semblance of normalcy, but the more I resisted, the more the house pulled at me. My breath caught in my throat as I passed the hallway once more. And there it was, just out of the corner of my eye. The slash in the sky. It hadn't moved, but its presence felt more pronounced. My hands started to tremble, and I knew I was close to the edge. I had to make a decision. With my heart pounding, I rushed to the veranda. The oppressive heat still stifling in the late afternoon. The wind had picked up, swirling around the yard, but I focused only on the shard of glass still on the roof. Even from here, I could see it. A perfect reflection of the sunset, its beauty haunting in its perfection. And yet, something was wrong. The sunset it reflected wasn't the one I could see. It was too perfect. It was a stillness within movement, a trap, a mockery of nature. My breathing grew more shallow as I stared at it. That sense of being watched had grown into something darker, more sinister. The sun was setting on the horizon, but it felt as if the entire world was drawing a deep, slow breath, waiting for something. The wind carried that sweet, floral perfume again, and I almost choked on it. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house had been slowly pulling me into its web, each new sensation, each unexplained event, a thread tying me to something older. Something that had been lying dormant, just waiting for someone to disturb it. And now I felt the house stirring, as if it was finally waking up to the fact that I had noticed, that I had seen something I wasn't supposed to see. I had uncovered a truth about it, about the slash, about the glass, about the presence in the walls. But what terrified me more than anything was that I wasn't sure whether the house was watching me, or if it was becoming me. Each day that passed, I felt a little more fragmented, a little more drawn into the web of strange phenomena. I was losing pieces of myself, and I didn't know how to stop it. I had to make a choice. Either I confronted whatever lay beneath this house, whatever force had awakened, or I continued to let it pull me deeper into its mysteries. But no matter what I chose, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that every decision, every movement I made, was being calculated. I sat down on the veranda, the sun setting before me, the shards still reflecting that perfect sky. It seemed to mock me now, offering no answers, just a silence so profound that I almost couldn't breathe. The house felt alive, and for the first time since I had moved in. I wasn't sure I wanted to stay. But something kept me here. Something kept me tied to the house, as though we were no longer two separate entities, but one. As the night descended and the last traces of sunlight slipped away, the wind whispered around me, carrying with it the scent of those flowers, of decay, and of secrets long buried beneath the floorboards. The shadows stretched in the corners of my vision, and I could no longer tell where they ended and I began. My foot pressed harder on the accelerator, pushing the car faster as the rain battered the windshield, the wipers struggling to keep up. Each mile I put between myself and that cursed house, the tighter the knot in my chest became. I refused to look back, but the image of the dark glass shard, projecting that impossible sunset, burned in my mind. No matter how far I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that the house had planted itself inside me. The idea that it was still there, waiting, watching, made every shadow on the road seem like a reminder. The further I got, the quieter the world around me became, until it felt like the hum of the engine was the only sound I could hear. But the silence didn't bring peace. It was as if the house had wrapped itself around my mind, leaving its mark, its command still echoing in the deepest recesses of my thoughts. Observe Icar. Witness, remain. By the time I reached the nearest town, night had fallen, and the storm showed no sign of letting up. I parked outside a small diner, hoping for a moment of normalcy. I stepped out of the car, feeling the damp air press against my skin, and I instinctively looked up at the sky. The clouds were heavy, but there was no tear, no slash in the sky. Yet, the image of it lingered, as vivid as ever. As I walked inside, the warmth of the diner felt foreign, almost too comforting. The low hum of conversation, the clink of silverware, and the smell of frying food brought me back to the present, to something that almost felt normal. But the knot in my stomach wouldn't loosen. The waitress greeted me, her voice a faint distraction from the constant buzzing in my head. I sat in a corner booth, trying to steady my breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. The slash, the mouth, the glass on the roof, and the house still there, waiting. The cup of coffee in front of me went cold, untouched. The waitress checked on me twice, but I barely noticed her. My mind wandered back to the house. I wondered if I would ever be able to return, to truly leave it behind. The house hadn't just been haunted. It had been alive, feeding on my fear, feeding on my reluctance to confront the past I had buried. And now, it had taken something from me. Something I couldn't explain, maybe my peace, maybe my sanity. But more than that, I was afraid that the house had planted something in me. A seed of dread that would continue to grow, no matter how far I ran. A sudden crash of thunder snapped me out of my reverie. I looked up to find the diner's lights flickering, and for a split second, I thought I saw the reflection of the room in the window. But there was something wrong about it. It was too bright, too perfect. The kind of brilliance I had only seen reflected in that damn shard of glass. The moment the thought crossed my mind, the waitress returned with a plate of food, and I hastily pushed the reflection out of my head. I didn't want to think about the house, or the glass, or the words that had followed me like a shadow. I just needed to eat, to get through the next few hours without falling apart. But as I sat there, eating mechanically, the weight of it all pressed in once more. The house wasn't just a building. It was a doorway. A gateway to something I hadn't understood, something ancient. Something older than the very ground it was built on. And now, as I sat in this small diner miles away, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't done with me. I finished my meal quickly, paid the bill, and stepped back out into the storm. My car was still parked outside, the lights flickering weakly in the rain. The storm was intensifying, and yet, the air felt eerily still. As I drove away, the road ahead blurred through the downpour. But in the corner of my eye, I saw it again, the slash in the sky. Not outside, but inside my mind. It hadn't gone. It was still there. And I knew, in that moment, that the house had never really let me go. It had planted something in me that I couldn't escape, no matter how far I ran. The slash in the sky was my prison, and I had no idea how to break free. The sound of the tires against the wet road was the only comfort as I accelerated, eager to leave the eerie presence behind. But the oppressive silence inside the car had a way of magnifying the unsettling tension in my chest. I tried to focus on the road, but every flicker in the rearview mirror, every shadow that seemed to move, brought me back to that moment, the black cat, the word in the water, the feeling of being watched. I kept my eyes fixed ahead, unwilling to acknowledge the creeping unease that filled the space around me. But as I neared the next turn, my headlights cut through the rain-soaked darkness and revealed something that made my blood run cold. The road ahead seemed to stretch unnaturally, a long, never-ending tunnel of trees, their twisted branches reaching out like hands, trying to grab at my car. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the wet asphalt, but the car came to a halt only a few inches from the line, where the headlights no longer reached. I sat there, frozen, staring at the eerie stretch of road ahead, my breathing shallow. The world outside seemed to be unraveling, slipping between the cracks of what? As if the storm had left something behind. And then, there it was again. The same sensation I had felt when I first saw the cat in the mirror. The unmistakable feeling that something was standing just outside my car, watching me. My heartbeat raced as I slowly turned my head to glance at the rearview mirror. For a moment, I didn't see anything. Just the dark reflection of the car's interior. But then I saw it, an outline, faint at first, of a small black cat sitting on the back seat, staring directly at me. The same cat. My stomach churned as I rubbed my eyes, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. But when I looked again, it was still there, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, unblinking. Panic surged through me as I quickly turned to look in the back seat. But it was empty. I felt the weight of the silence in the car like a physical presence, suffocating me. The air was thick, heavy with something I couldn't explain. My hands trembled on the steering wheel as I fumbled for the keys to start the car. When the engine finally roared to life, I didn't waste another second. I sped off, my eyes fixed on the road ahead, desperate to escape the unsettling presence that seemed to be following me. But as I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted. Every turn, every flicker of shadow felt like a part of the puzzle I couldn't solve. And the word that had appeared on the windshield, Volta, continued to echo in my mind like a taunting whisper, urging me to understand something I couldn't quite grasp. It wasn't until I reached a small, well-lit gas station that I was able to breathe a little easier. The floodlights above were a comfort, their bright glow offering a stark contrast to the darkness I had just left behind. I parked under the lights and stepped out, eager to stretch my legs and shake off the feeling of being watched. But as I stood by the car, looking around, something caught my eye, a movement in the distance, just past the edge of the station lot. There, in the shadows, I saw it again. The black cat. But this time, it wasn't just sitting. It was walking, its tiny form slipping between the rows of parked cars, heading directly toward me. The sight made my pulse spike as I instinctively took a step back. The cat's eyes gleamed with an unsettling glow. And I knew in that moment, with a chilling certainty, that this wasn't a simple stray. I stood frozen, staring at the cat as it slowly approached. My breath quickened, and I took another step back, unsure of what to do. But as I turned to run back to the car, I felt a heavy pressure in my chest. A wave of dread washed over me, and I realized something terrifying: I couldn't leave. The thought didn't even feel like my own. It was as if something in the air, or in the cat's gaze, had planted that command in my mind. The cat was mere inches away now, its eyes locked on mine, the faint glow intensifying. My body was paralyzed, my instincts screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. The air felt suffocating, thick with a sense of inevitability, like I had been chosen to witness something I wasn't meant to see. Just as the cat's eyes seemed to pierce through me, the wind picked up, and with it, the sound of distant chanting, low and incomprehensible, swirled around me. My vision blurred, and for a fleeting moment, I saw not the cat, but something far darker and expansive blackness, infinite and vast, pulling me toward it. The chanting grew louder, almost deafening, and I felt a tug at the core of my being. It was as if the ground beneath me was pulling me downward, into the very heart of the darkness. Then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The air cleared, the chanting ceased, and the cat was gone. The lights above flickered back to their usual hum, and I stood there, trembling, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. But I knew better. I had seen it. I had felt it. And as I drove away, the road once again, swallowed by the rain, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Something had followed me from that road, from that night. And wherever I went, whatever I did, I would never be able to escape the feeling of being watched, hunted, by that black cat, by whatever had planted it in my path. But the strange occurrences didn't stop. The following night, I heard the unmistakable sound of claws scraping against metal, scratching, scraping, and dragging. It came from beneath the car. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind or some stray animal, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. The air felt charged, heavier than it should have been. My stomach churned, and I felt a tightening in my chest, as though the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. When I went outside the next evening to inspect the car, the same soot-covered paw prints had returned, leading from the undercarriage to the driver's side door. I stepped back, my heart racing, as I noticed the marks seemed to follow a pattern, almost as if the creature wanted me to follow. Reluctantly, I did, walking the same path, each step feeling heavier, more deliberate, like I was being drawn into something I couldn't escape. As I reached the edge of the driveway, I stopped. There, at the end of the path, the vertical tear in the sky had returned. It wasn't just a visual anomaly anymore. I could feel it. A suffocating pull in the air. The same dark line from the sky in my reflection, now spreading wider, deeper, as though it were opening into another realm. My body tensed in fear, and I heard that low meow again, vibrating deep within my chest. The words, Volta, echoed in my mind, and I knew, without understanding why, that it meant something important. Something unspoken that I had to confront. The cat's reflection, the paw prints, the disembodied purring from my car, it all felt like a ritual. Like I had been unknowingly walking a path laid out by something far beyond my comprehension. My body was frozen, unable to move, as the air around me seemed to vibrate with a presence I couldn't see but could feel in every fiber of my being. I couldn't escape it. It was everywhere, suffocating, pulling me deeper into whatever this nightmare had become. My breathing became shallow, erratic. I felt as though I was about to be consumed by that dark tear in the sky, like it was pulling me into its maw. In the distance, I heard the unmistakable sound of the car's engine starting up on its own. The low rumble, accompanied by the same meowing purr, echoed through the night, reverberating off the walls of the garage. My body screamed at me to run, but I was rooted to the spot. The creature, whatever it was, had me in its grip, and I had no choice but to face it. My hands trembled as I turned back toward the house, a sickening sense of inevitability weighing down on me. It was like I was already too far gone to turn back. As I stumbled back into the house, I glanced one last time at the rearview mirror. There, I saw it again, the cat. But this time, it was not just a reflection. Its eyes glowed with a deep, unnatural light, its fur rippling with an energy I couldn't comprehend. It stared at me, unblinking, as if acknowledging my understanding of its existence. I slammed the door shut behind me, but the echo of its gaze lingered, haunting. The house felt even colder now, the walls seemingly closing in on me. I heard a scratching sound from the direction of the garage, and I knew, without a doubt, that the creature was there waiting for me to make the next move. Its presence was overwhelming, its grip on me tightening with every breath. I didn't know how much longer I could hold on to my sanity. The world outside seemed to be unraveling, slipping between the cracks of what I understood. I had to confront it, whatever it was, before it consumed me completely. There was no running from this. It had found me, and now, it would not let me go. I sat in the middle of the living room, trembling, staring at the walls. The shadows stretched unnaturally across the floor, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, lurking just out of sight. The words, "Observe Icar," echoed in my mind again. Louder, stronger, more demanding. It was clear now. Whatever had started, whatever force had followed me from that cursed road, had only just begun. Each morning, I woke with a sense of impending doom, unable to shake the feeling that something was always lurking, waiting to pounce. Even the mundane routine of making coffee became an ordeal. The sound of the coffee machine brewing, the soft hiss of steam, seemed too loud, almost like an echo of the static I'd heard in the car. I found myself hyper-aware of every small noise, every creak in the floorboards, every flicker of light. One evening, unable to sleep, I went outside to get some air, hoping the cool night would offer some relief. As I stood in the yard, staring up at the stars, I thought I saw movement in the corner of my eye. A shadow, quick and fluid, darted across the fence, vanishing into the darkness. I told myself it was just a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew something was out there, something that followed me, something that knew I was watching. The next day, I had to take the car again. I kept telling myself I needed to move on, that I was letting my anxiety control me. But as I drove, I felt the familiar unease creeping back in. The air seemed thick, pressing down on me, and the car's sound system crackled to life once more, a low, mournful meow echoing through the speakers. I could feel my skin crawl, my heart pounding as the sound filled the car, as though the cat were inside, purring, waiting. I pulled over to the side of the road, unable to go any further. The meows were growing louder, more insistent. I checked under the hood, the back seat, even the trunk, but found nothing. Still, the purring continued, seeping into my bones. The moment I turned the car off, it stopped, leaving me in the eerie silence of the night. My fingers were numb as I gripped the steering wheel, trying to steady my breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. That night, I dreamed again. This time, I wasn't driving. Instead, I was standing in a darkened room, surrounded by shadows. I could hear soft meows coming from every corner, as if the room itself were alive, watching me. The air was thick with the scent of burnt material and decay, and I felt something cold brush against my skin. As I turned, I saw the black cat, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light, its fur shifting like liquid. It whispered my name, the sound echoing in my mind, before it disappeared into the darkness. I woke with a start, my chest tight, my breath shallow. The room was quiet, but I could still feel the presence. The pull of something just beyond my sight. The cat wasn't just a figment of my imagination, it was real, a manifestation of something I couldn't understand. Something ancient and unsettling. As the days passed, the sense of being watched intensified. Every time I went near the car, I felt that same oppressive presence, as though something inside the vehicle was waiting for me. I tried to ignore it, tried to convince myself that it was all in my head, but the more I resisted, the stronger the sensations became. I couldn't escape it. I could feel the weight of the gaze, the invisible eyes tracking my every move. Then, one afternoon, I made a decision. I couldn't keep living like this, trapped in my own paranoia, unable to trust my senses. I decided to take the car to a mechanic one final time, hoping for some sort of logical explanation. As I pulled into the shop, the car's engine gave one final, guttural meow, loud enough that even the mechanic paused. His expression was unreadable as he inspected the vehicle. "Nothing unusual," he said after a while. "But you might want to check the exhaust. Something's not right there." His words felt like a dismissal, but I could hear the hesitation in his voice. He didn't want to say it, but I knew he felt something too. The same presence, the same unexplainable force. I nodded, thanked him, and drove away. But as I pulled back onto the road, the meowing returned, louder than ever, like a final warning. It was then that I realized the truth. I wasn't just being haunted by a cat or a supernatural force. The car, the meows, the endless cycle of unease, they were all part of a larger pattern, a force that was trying to trap me. I had become part of its story, just as it had become part of mine. And no matter how far I ran, no matter how much I tried to ignore it, the presence would always follow. It was in the engine, in the static, in the meows. It had woven itself into the very fabric of my reality, and there was no escape. The further I drove, the more the sounds intensified. The meowing, once a subtle hum, had now become a constant, throaty growl, reverberating through the car's frame. It was as though the engine itself had transformed into something living, something far beyond my control. The steering wheel continued to shudder violently, and I felt my hands tighten. Involuntarily, as if the car were attempting to take the reins, pulling me deeper into some unknown purpose. The road stretched out before me, long and endless. The deeper into the night I went, the more surreal the experience became. The streetlights flickered, casting erratic shadows that seemed to distort and stretch as I passed beneath them. For a moment, I thought I saw the reflection of a black cat darting across the windshield, its glossy eyes staring straight into mine. But when I blinked, it was gone. Just a trick of the light, I told myself. But then came the real terror. As I passed an old overgrown field on the side of the road, the temperature in the car dropped suddenly. The chill clung to the air, seeping into my bones, making my teeth chatter. A faint smell of wet fur filled the space, thick and heavy, almost suffocating. I turned to the side mirror, half expecting to see a cat perched there, watching me. But there was nothing. The meowing grew louder, more insistent. It felt as if it was coming from all directions, reverberating from beneath the car, from inside the engine, even from the very air around me. I could almost feel the presence of the cat, its eyes boring into me. Just out of sight, but always there, always waiting. Panic surged through me. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, desperate to get away, to outrun whatever had latched itself to the car, to me. The car responded, speeding up faster than it should have, as if driven by some unseen force. The world outside the windows blurred into streaks of light and shadow, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw the road ahead split open, revealing a vast, yawning abyss. I veered off the road, heart hammering, as I swerved toward a dirt path. The car's tires screeched, but it didn't slow down. My hands were numb, and my breath came in ragged gasps. The engine roared louder, almost as if it were alive, demanding that I drive faster, that I follow its command. But suddenly, the car lurched to a stop. The engine cut out with an eerie silence, and the meowing stopped. I sat in the stillness, my heart racing, unsure of what had just happened. I looked around, feeling the oppressive weight of the silence pressing in on me. There was no cat. No more meowing. Just the quiet hum of the night air and the faint scent of wet fur that lingered, clinging to the inside of the car. I opened the door, shaky and exhausted. I stumbled out onto the dirt path, disoriented. But as soon as I stepped out of the car, I knew something was wrong. The world around me felt distorted, as though reality had shifted. The air was thick with an unnatural heaviness, and the ground beneath my feet seemed to hum, vibrating with a strange energy. I turned back to the car, my breath catching in my throat. The engine was off, but I could still hear the faint sound of the meowing, almost imperceptible but undeniable. I stepped closer to the car, my heart pounding in my chest, and that's when I saw it. The windshield, once clear, was now covered with condensation. The faint outline of paw prints appeared, as though something had pressed itself against the glass from the inside. A cold chill ran through me as I realized the truth. I hadn't been driving away from something. I had been drawn into it. The cat, or whatever force was connected to it, had been guiding me all along. It wasn't just a haunting, it was a calling. A tether that connected me to something far beyond comprehension. As I stood there, staring at the car, a soft, almost soothing meow drifted through the air. It was low and comforting, like a lullaby. And yet the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I knew then that I was no longer in control. The car, the cat, and whatever presence had followed me had become part of my life. No matter how far I ran, no matter how many miles I put between myself and that road, it would follow. The air around me has never felt quite the same since that night. It's as though something unseen lingers, a presence that whispers in the quietest moments, just at the edge of my consciousness. When I drive now, I find my hands gripping the wheel a little too tightly, my eyes scanning the rearview mirror more than they should. It's not fear that keeps me vigilant, at least, not the kind I can name, but a deep, gnawing sense that something is still there, hidden beneath the surface, just waiting for me to slip. Sometimes, when I pass by a familiar stretch of road, the night air seems to thicken around me. The faintest sound of claws scratching against the car's undercarriage makes my pulse spike. Though when I stop and check, there's nothing there. But I know, deep down, that something has been left behind. Something that has taken root in my mind, perhaps in the very bones of the car itself. A subtle mark, one that refuses to be erased. The phantom meows still come, on occasion, but they've shifted. They no longer come from the engine or the radio, but from the silence itself, lingering like a scent you can't quite place. It's as though the cat has become a part of the very atmosphere around me. I wake up some mornings with the sensation that I've heard it in the distance, calling to me, just out of reach. Maybe it's a trick of the mind, a product of the trauma that still clings to me. Or maybe it's something else, something I can't quite explain. I've stopped taking long trips at night, avoiding any roads that might remind me of that highway, that oppressive darkness. But I know, deep down, that it will find me again. It always does. Because whatever it is, whatever force clings to me through the car, through the cat, it isn't finished. I can feel its hunger, its need to connect, to latch onto something real. Something solid. And perhaps it has found its home in me. In my memories of that night. I still drive, still go about my daily life. But it's different now. There's a weight I carry with every mile. A tension in my chest I can't quite shake. Some nights, when the house is quiet, when the world feels distant, I find myself staring at my car, wondering what it really is I've been driving all this time. What if, just like the cat, it's not a simple object? A tool to get from one place to another? What if, instead, it's a vessel for something darker, something that has been waiting for me to understand its true nature? I don't know if I'll ever find the answers. Maybe it's better that way. But I can't ignore the feeling. The sense that something is always watching, always waiting for the right moment to remind me that the boundary between the real and the unreal is far thinner than I ever thought. And as long as I keep driving, as long as I keep moving, I will never truly escape the echo of that meow. Or the memory of those glowing eyes, staring back at me from the rear view mirror. Over the next few days, I tried to work through the discomfort, burying myself in my studies as best I could. But the module seemed to pulse, with its own strange rhythm. The slamming doors became more frequent, more insistent. The cracks in the walls expanded further, each new day revealing something new, something unsettling. The more I ignored it, the worse it became, as if the place itself was feeding off my resistance, growing stronger with each passing moment. I began to feel its presence more keenly, like a silent observer, watching me with dark intent. The walls seemed to close in around me, suffocating my thoughts, making it harder to concentrate. I would sit at my desk, staring at my computer screen, and suddenly the fluorescent light overhead would flicker, casting eerie shadows across the room. My heart would race as I glanced toward the door, half expecting to see someone or something standing just outside. But each time I checked, nothing was there. The sound of the doors rattling became an unavoidable part of the background noise. It was like living in the presence of something ancient, something that had always been here, watching, waiting. The slams started happening at night now, each one louder than the last, shaking the very foundation of the room. Sometimes, I thought I heard whispering through the walls, soft voices that came and went in the blink of an eye. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind or the building settling, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. The breaking point came one night when I was up late, working on an important paper. The room felt colder than usual, and the air seemed thick with tension. The walls were pulsing, like they were breathing, and the cracks, had spread so much that it felt like the entire room was splintering. The slams came again, but this time, it was different. The door rattled violently, then slammed so forcefully that the entire module shook, sending dust from the cracks into the air. A dark shadow seemed to flicker in the corner of my eye, but when I looked, there was nothing there. Panic gripped me. I grabbed my things and rushed to the door. But as I tried to leave, the door wouldn't open. It was locked. I tugged and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. I started pounding on it, shouting for help, but the room swallowed my voice. The air grew heavier with each passing second. The shadows in the room seemed to grow longer, creeping closer to me as if they had a life of their own. I could hear the soft scraping sound from the walls, like claws running along the metal, and I realized that the walls weren't just cracking, they were moving. They were shifting, as though they were alive. The terror was suffocating. My hand shook as I fumbled for my phone to call for help, but the screen flickered and went black. I tried again, but it was useless. The building had cut me off. I had nowhere to go. That's when I saw it, just for a brief moment, a figure in the hallway, watching me from the other side of the glass window. A figure that wasn't quite human, but something more, otherworldly. Its eyes gleamed with an unnatural hunger, and as I stared back, I could feel its gaze digging into my soul. I backed away from the window, my breath shallow, my chest tight. The slamming of the doors stopped. But the silence that followed was worse. It was a silence that pressed in on me from all sides, making it impossible to think clearly. The whispers from the walls grew louder, now almost intelligible, as if they were speaking directly to me. "Stay," they urged. "Stay with us." I don't know how much time passed. I lost track of reality in that moment. But eventually, I found the strength to pull open the door. I ran, not knowing where I was going, only knowing that I had to get out. The building seemed to collapse behind me, but when I looked back, the module was still standing, perfectly intact. The walls, the cracks, the rattling doors, it was all still there, waiting. I didn't return to the module after that night. I packed my things and moved off campus, but the memories of that place have never left me. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still hear the slamming doors and the whispering walls. I still feel the weight of that shadow in the corner of my eye, waiting. It's as though the module has followed me, its presence lingering in the back of my mind. And every so often, when the wind is just right, I feel that same eerie tension, that same oppressive weight, as though it's waiting for me to return. But as soon as I stopped, even just for a moment, the module reacted like a living creature starved for attention. The sawdust would return, falling from unseen crevices. The cracks would widen, new ones appearing overnight, as though the building itself was trying to get my attention. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with every sigh of my frustration. It was as if the module knew my every hesitation, responding to the rhythm of my thoughts and actions. On one particularly sleepless night, the whispers returned louder than ever. I could no longer pretend it was the wind. The voices were distinct now, and they carried a sense of urgency, a pleading undertone. The phrase "desertos adava" repeated itself in a maddening loop, as though the walls themselves were begging me to understand. I could feel the weight of the words pressing down on me, their meaning sinking deeper into my psyche with every passing hour. I knew I needed to finish my dissertation, but the weight of the building's demands, its growing presence, made it impossible to focus. I tried everything to break free from the hold the module had over me. I left the apartment for long stretches, hoping the building would calm down. But each time I returned, it was the same. Cracks had widened. The smell of damp metal and sawdust clung to the air, and the whispering voices would start again as soon as I crossed the threshold. No matter where I went, the module followed me in my thoughts, its oppressive presence never far behind. I began to question my own sanity. Was this all a product of stress? A mere manifestation of my exhaustion? Or was something more sinister at play? The rational part of me tried to reject the idea of a haunted house or malevolent force, but the evidence was undeniable. The module was alive, and it was feeding off my fear, my indecision. It seemed to be growing stronger the longer I resisted it. The turning point came when I finally decided to confront the entity directly. I couldn't keep running from it, not anymore. One night, as the whispers grew louder, I grabbed the ultrasound device and made my way to the heart of the building. The module seemed to hum with energy, vibrating beneath my feet as I moved through it. The device buzzed in my hand, the readings off the charts. It was as though the walls themselves were emitting some kind of unnatural force. I stood in the center of the module, the beams of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The walls seemed to close in around me, the air thick with tension. I took a deep breath and whispered into the stillness, asking what it wanted. What it needed from me. The response was immediate. The walls groaned, the lights flickered, and the temperature dropped. I could feel the presence coiling around me, suffocating me. As though it was waiting for me to make my final choice. The voices grew louder, more insistent, as if the building itself was speaking. Directly to me. Desertos, they chanted. Abandon us. The words became a mantra, a command I couldn't ignore. My knees buckled under the weight of it, and I found myself on the floor. Gasping for breath. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could feel the walls. Pressing in closer, squeezing the life out of me. In that moment, I realized the truth. The module wasn't just a building. It was a trap, a prison of my own making. My fear, my procrastination, had fed it, had brought it to life. And now, it was asking me to choose. To continue down this path, to abandon everything, or to confront the darkness. And find a way to escape. I don't know what happened after that. The module seemed to shift, the walls groaning as if acknowledging my decision. When I woke up the next morning, I found the cracks had stopped spreading. The whispers had faded. The building had returned to its lifeless state. And I was left with nothing but the eerie silence. I left the module shortly after. I finished my dissertation in another location, far from the place that had almost consumed me. But I can't shake the feeling that I haven't truly escaped. Every so often, I still hear the whispers. Still feel the weight of the walls pressing in on me. The module might be gone, but its grip remains, a constant reminder of the darkness that can creep into even the most ordinary places. Waiting for you to let your guard down. And sometimes, when the wind picks up and the house settles into its nightly rhythm, I wonder if I ever really left the module at all. If it's still out there, waiting for me to return. Or if it's already found a new soul to latch onto, ready to consume them just as it did me. The days became a blur of deadlines. And fear, my focus shifting solely to the blinking cursor on the screen as I typed out anything that could fill the page. Each word seemed like a lifeline. A way to stave off the creeping dread that wrapped itself around my chest like a vice. The module, too, had its own rhythm, its own demands. If I stopped, if I allowed myself to break from the cycle, it would remind me. The walls would groan, the doors would slam, and the sawdust would rain down, filling my lungs with dust and terror. But when I worked, when I stayed focused, the building would settle into a strange quiet. The cracks in the walls would stop expanding, and the whispers would quiet, allowing me a few hours of peace. It was a delicate balance. The more I wrote, the more the entity seemed to retreat into the shadows, allowing me a temporary reprieve. But I could never forget that the moment I faltered, the module would rise up against me again. And so, I continued. Each word I typed a step further away from the madness. Each sentence a small victory over the growing pressure that threatened to consume me. I would tell myself that I was in control. That I could finish my dissertation, that I could finish this chapter and leave this place behind. But with every keystroke, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't writing just to complete my PhD, I was writing to survive. At night, when I finally shut my laptop, the weight of exhaustion would hit me. My body would scream for rest, but sleep was a fleeting concept. I'd lie in bed, listening to the muffled sounds of the building settling around me, my heart still racing from the hours of writing. My mind spinning with thoughts I couldn't control. The module's presence hung over me like a dark cloud, a constant reminder that even in sleep, I wasn't free. Some nights, I would get out of bed to check the walls, to see if the cracks had grown, if the dust had started to fall again. And every time, the answer was the same, the walls were still intact. But there was a tension in the air. A feeling that something was waiting. Something was watching, waiting for me to slip up. There was no escape from it. And so I wrote, and wrote, until the words became my only refuge. But as the days stretched into weeks, I couldn't help but wonder. Was I really writing to finish my dissertation, or was I just trying to keep the entity at bay? The more I focused on the task, the more I fed into its presence. It wasn't just a building anymore. It was a part of me. And I had no idea how much longer I could keep the cycle going before the module's grip tightened once again. Maybe it was the building itself. A strange entity born from a collision of metal, stress, and desperation. Or maybe it was my mind, unraveling under the weight of deadlines and pressure. But as I walked away from that module, a sense of finality lingered in the air. The building, its whispers, and its demands no longer felt like something I could control. I had confronted it head-on, forced it to pause its haunting. And in doing so, found a kind of peace. For the first time in months, I was able to take a full breath. The sense of being watched had lifted. And the suffocating weight on my chest had receded. My steps, though shaky, carried me toward the rest of my life. Away from that suffocating module, away from the cycle of dust and cracks. Away from the voices that had once called to me. The following weeks brought relief, though I couldn't fully shake the feeling that something had followed me. Whenever I sat in my new apartment, a quiet unease would settle over me. At times, I would hear a faint sound, an almost imperceptible murmur. Like the remnants of those haunting whispers, but it was always fleeting. Never enough to bring me back to that living nightmare. I finished my dissertation, defended it, and walked across the stage with a diploma in hand. The module's ghost, if it ever truly existed, seemed to fade into the past. Yet there are nights, late at night when the silence in my room stretches long and endless, when I find myself staring at the cracks in the ceiling, wondering if the very act of leaving had been enough to escape the module's grip. The truth is, I don't know. All I know is that, for now, the whispers have ceased, and I am no longer haunted by the urge to write. The battle was fought, the horror faced, and perhaps I am free. But freedom, as I have learned, is a fragile thing. Even as I move on, I can't help but wonder, what really happened in that module? What was it that pressed me to write, to finish, and to confront the unknown? And, most chilling of all, will it ever come back? I became obsessed with the portraits, unable to stop myself from testing them repeatedly. Each morning, I would measure the corridor before and then after. I manipulated the frames. Each small shift, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, added a new layer of tension to my days. There was an undeniable sense that I was threading the needle between reality and madness. The change was subtle at first, but then it started to escalate. As the corridor narrowed, I felt an increasing pressure in my chest, as if the space itself was closing in on me. The air grew staler, more oppressive, and I began to hear soft whispers, no words. Just the faintest rustling, as if the portraits themselves were speaking, beckoning me closer. One night, I made the decision to leave the portraits untouched, to see what would happen if I stopped testing them. But the following morning, the hallway had already shifted, narrower by another 5 centimeters. It was as though the portraits were acting of their own accord now, even when I wasn't directly manipulating them. The tension in my apartment grew unbearable. I couldn't sit still without feeling the walls press in on me. I couldn't eat without my throat tightening. The idea that I was actively warping the space around me, bending reality with the slightest touch, began to haunt me in ways I couldn't explain. The power was intoxicating, yes, but it was also consuming. I tried to ignore it, to leave the portraits as they were, hoping that some sense of normalcy might return. But even without the folding, the walls kept shrinking. The very fabric of the apartment seemed to warp under their influence. The whispers grew louder, now murmuring in a language I couldn't understand. I could feel their urgency, their silent demand for something from me. It wasn't long before I realized that the portraits had become a gateway. They weren't just photographs anymore. They were anchors to something far older, far darker. Something that existed beyond the dimensions of space and time. The more I focused on them, the more the room seemed to bend. As though the fabric of reality itself was pliable, ready to be reshaped by my hands. I had to stop. I had to leave before I was consumed by whatever force lay beneath the surface of those paintings. The thought of taking them down terrified me. What if doing so caused something irreversible to happen? What if removing them opened a door to something even worse? In the end, I left the apartment, abandoning the portraits behind. I couldn't explain what had happened, nor did I want to try. The corridor, once a simple space, had become a place of suffocating dread. I haven't returned since. And while I can't shake the memory of those photographs of the way they seemed to watch me, shifting reality with every fold and crease, I can only hope that someone else will test the limits of their power. Not me. Not again. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the faintest whisper in the back of my mind, urging me to return, to take another look. But I won't. The module I used to inhabit, the apartments I've moved to since, all feel like a distant dream now. But those portraits? They remain an unshakable memory. One that bends reality like paper, always lurking, waiting. The face stared back at me, eerily still, as if frozen in time. My body went rigid, and for a moment, I forgot how to breathe. My hands trembled uncontrollably, unable to look away from the distorted reflection of myself, as if the very essence of my being had been captured in this strange, shifting frame. The image blurred, then reformed. But the outline of my face remained, staring back with a knowing intensity that seemed to mock me. I reached out instinctively, but my fingers hesitated just inches from the frame, as if some invisible force was keeping me at bay. My reflection shimmered, the outline of my eyes flickering open and closed as though they were trying to communicate with me. It was then that I realized that I had crossed a threshold, something deeper, darker, and far beyond the boundaries of mere curiosity had been unlocked. The air around me grew colder, thicker, as though the very space had been distorted by the unfolding image. I could hear a faint, distant whisper, almost like a hum, rising from within the empty space. The voice, barely audible, echoed the same word again and again, desertar. Abandoned. The feeling in my chest tightened, and a horrible realization began to dawn on me. The portrait was calling me, urging me to abandon everything, to leave the confines of this reality and step into whatever this portrait was offering. Panic set in, and I stumbled backward, my legs shaky and unsteady. Beneath me, the corridor seemed to grow even more disorienting, the walls warping and stretching as though mocking my desperate retreat. The light that had once been warm and inviting now flickered ominously, casting long, jagged shadows along the floor. I turned to run, to flee the twisted space I had created, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. It was as if the very air was heavy with something unseen, holding me in place. The whispering intensified, becoming a chorus of voices, all saying the same thing, desertar. Desertar. I struggled to break free, my mind fighting against the growing realization that the very structure of my home, my reality, had been altered by my own reckless actions. I had bent the space around me, and now it was bending me in return. It was as if I had opened a door that could never be closed. And whatever lay beyond it was now fully aware of my existence. Desperate, I looked back at the portrait, but it was no longer just a simple frame. The liquid-like surface had spread, slowly consuming the space around it, forming a dark vortex that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. The face inside the frame had shifted too, now fully animated. Its sepia-toned eyes wide open, staring directly into mine, filled with a terrifying knowing. My heart raced as the room around me twisted, the reality warping in ways I could not comprehend. I could feel myself being drawn towards the frame, as if it was pulling me in, calling me to surrender. It wasn't just the walls of my apartment that had shifted, it was my very understanding of what was possible, what was real. With a final surge of strength, I broke free from the pull, stumbling backward into the labyrinth of corridors I had created. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The only thing I knew was that I had to escape, to leave the cursed portraits behind and find a way to return to something that resembled normality. But as I ran, I realized that no matter how far I went, no matter how many corners I turned, I would never escape the truth. That my curiosity, my arrogance, had opened a door that was not meant to be opened. And no matter how much I tried to forget, I knew that the portraits would be waiting for me, silently beckoning, always pulling at the edges of my consciousness. Desertar, abandoned. The word lingered in my mind, a whisper that would never truly fade. The portraits, still wrapped in sheets, sit in the back of the storage trunk, but their presence is never fully gone. The faint hum of their influence lingers in the air, just barely noticeable, but always there, like an itch beneath my skin that I can't quite scratch. I've tried to ignore it, to move on, but every time I glance at the door where the portraits once hung, I feel it pull again, something darker. Something I can't fully comprehend, but something I know is watching. In the quiet of the night, when the house settles into silence, I sometimes hear faint whispers, as if the walls themselves are muttering in a language I can't understand. The phrase desertar still echoes in my mind, urging me to leave behind everything I know, to give in to the pull of the unknown. I fight it every day, but the pressure is mounting, growing stronger with each passing moment. I don't know if I can keep ignoring it. There's a part of me that wonders if the portraits are still affecting me, slowly warping my perception of reality, bending it to their will. I wonder if I am already too far gone to return to what I once considered normal. The compulsion to go back to the portraits, to see them again, to test whether they still have power over me, is becoming harder to resist. The idea of destroying them, of ridding myself of their influence once and for all, lingers in my thoughts like a promise. But the fear of what might happen if I do, that unknown consequence, the cost of crossing that line, keeps me from acting. Maybe I'm meant to confront this, to finally understand what they want from me. Or maybe it's a warning, a reminder that curiosity comes at a price, and I've already paid far more than I bargained for. The truth is, I don't know how long I can keep avoiding the inevitable. The pull is growing stronger, and sooner or later, I'll have to face what's waiting for me behind the layers of time and space that the portraits have opened. Until then, I continue to exist in this strange limbo, caught between the real world and the one I inadvertently unlocked. But one thing is certain, the portraits are always there, in the back of my mind, waiting. My first instinct was to ignore it, to chalk it up to exhaustion and move on with my night. But something about the neatness of the arrangement, the eerie symmetry, wouldn't let me. My footsteps echoed too loudly in the empty space as I cautiously approached the stacked boxes, each one placed with unnerving precision. I reached out to touch one of the boxes, but before I could, a sudden loud clatter came from somewhere deeper in the plant. My heart leapt into my throat. I turned sharply, scanning the dark, empty aisles. I saw nothing. The silence was absolute. But my breath came in ragged gasps. I glanced back at the boxes. They hadn't moved, but the atmosphere in the room felt thick, suffocating. Like the air had changed. There was no more light flickering from the overhead bulbs, just a heavy, oppressive quiet. My hand shook as I moved away from the boxes, deciding to finish my work and get out of the plant as soon as possible. But as I turned back to my task, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The supply cabinet, which had always been locked, now stood ajar. Just a crack wide enough to show a sliver of darkness beyond. I hadn't unlocked it, and as far as I knew, no one else had access to the key. Yet, there it was, inviting me to peer inside. A part of me screamed to walk away, to forget what I'd seen, but the strange pull of curiosity was too strong. I walked over slowly, each step an echo in the vast emptiness. Until I reached the cabinet. My hand hovered over the door. Heart pounding in my chest, sweat beading on my forehead. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips as I pulled the door open. The rusted hinges squealing in protest. Inside the cabinet was nothing but shadows, but I could sense something shifting within them. Something that wasn't quite right. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw a single object resting on the bottom shelf, an old, dusty book. It was an antique, leather-bound volume, but it looked out of place in the otherwise sterile environment of the factory. My hand trembled as I reached for it, pulling it off the shelf. As soon as I touched it, a cold shock shot through me, like an electric current running through my body. My fingers were numb as I flipped open the book, revealing pages filled with strange symbols and words written in an unfamiliar language. The air around me seemed to hum with a low vibration, and the sense of being watched intensified. My breathing quickened as I scanned the pages, the text seeming to pulse with an energy of its own. The pages fluttered in the still air as if something unseen was trying to communicate through them. Then, a sharp noise shattered the silence, a loud bang. Like something heavy being dropped. I spun around, but there was no one there. No footsteps, no voices. Just the echo of the factory's machinery, still humming in the background. My mind raced as I slammed the book shut, feeling the weight of its presence like a physical force. I backed away from the cabinet, my heart pounding, my hands still trembling from the shock. The book seemed to call out to me, but I didn't dare open it again. I quickly locked the supply cabinet and backed away from the scene. Every step heavy with fear and confusion. The room felt colder now. The shadows longer and more oppressive. I glanced back once more at the stack of boxes, which now appeared slightly askew, as though something, or someone, had been moving them again. The unease I felt was unbearable. I had to leave. I turned off the lights and rushed out of the plant. The faint hum of machinery still echoing behind me. I didn't stop running until I was outside, the cool night air a sharp contrast to the suffocating atmosphere inside the building. I've avoided the plant ever since. I don't know what I saw that night, or why it felt like the entire building was alive, aware of my every move. But every time I close my eyes, I can hear the distant clang of the machinery, and I see the dark, empty pages of that book, still whispering to me from the depths of the supply cabinet. Maybe it was all just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But I can't shake the feeling that the factory is waiting for me. Its secrets buried deep within its walls, waiting for someone to uncover them. And next time, I fear it might not be a book that calls me. It might be something far darker.